Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of Cartier Women's Initiative, The Ripple Effect. 1 year ago today, we bore witness to the murder of George Floyd. A crescendo of mourning and anger sparked protests around the world and inspired a renewed reckoning about racism. Martin Luther King taught us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. As we acknowledge the plight and celebrate the accomplishments of women leaders, we recognize the intersectionality of our experiences and our identities. We affirm that Black lives matter, and we stand in solidarity with all who fight for equity and social justice. Please join me in a moment of silence. Yesterday, we began with the lay of the land. We took stock of the state of the world, both our current challenges and our opportunities. Then we took the first splash, plunging into science and technology. In day 2, we're exploring what entrepreneurs require for success. They need a theory of change and a bold vision. They need to cultivate the right leadership traits. And they've got to be able to rely on a supportive ecosystem of sponsors, investors, and other enablers. Our opening keynote speaker is no stranger to identifying and accelerating some of the most successful social impact leaders in the world. Before becoming an entrepreneur myself, as founder and CEO of The Crew, I spent most of my career in the nonprofit sector. More specifically, I was a fundraiser charged with raising capital. And Jacqueline Novogratz was a legend for her thought leadership, her innovation, and her ability to execute. In 1986, Jacqueline quit her job on Wall Street to change the way the world tackles poverty. She founded and directed the Philanthropy Workshop and the Next Generation Leadership Programs at the Rockefeller Foundation before launching her organization, Acumen, which has invested $135 million to build more than 136 social enterprises across Africa, Latin America, South Asia, and the United States. She's an impact investment pioneer and developed the idea of patient capital, investing in intrepid entrepreneurs over not just a few years, but several decades. There isn't enough time in this entire program, let alone in this introduction, to list all of Jacqueline's recognitions. She's been named to Forbes magazine's 100 Greatest Living Business Minds, Daily Beast's 25 Smartest People of the Decade, and she's got 7 honorary degrees. She's ranked as one of the 25 most successful Stanford Business School graduates of all time. And she's the author of 2 best-selling books, The Blue Sweater and Manifesto for Moral Revolution, Practices to Build a Better World. She's behind the concept of moral leadership, the idea that leaders need to navigate between the complex, messy nature of the world and their own ideals and values. And that's what she's going to tell us more about today. I'm sure Jacqueline's talk will spark many questions. Please use the event website to pose them, as she'll have a few minutes to answer them at the end of the session.
First, gratitude. Gratitude to Tiffany, to Cartier Women's Initiative for inviting me to speak today. Gratitude to all of you for the work that you do, the impact you have. I can see it rippling across the world. Gratitude for the shoulders on which we stand. Gratitude for the privilege of doing this work. So I'm here to talk today about the moral imagination, a leadership practice that is grounded in the humility of seeing the world as it is and holding to the audacity of imagining what it could be. It's never been more important than it is right now. We all know that the institutions on which we've counted for so long have in many ways run their course. This last year of the global pandemic has been almost like a heat-seeking missile aimed directly at the poor and the vulnerable, exposing the weaknesses of our systems, showing us that for too long we've counted on institutions that have put profit, the individual, money, power, fame at their center. And the work that we need to do, our work, is to reimagine them to put our shared humanity and the sustainability of the earth there. That's the moral imagination. That is our work. So many of us want to solve problems, but we use the lens only of our own imagination, even when solving problems for people whose lives are completely different from our own. Moral imagination takes a different approach. It starts with empathy, but it doesn't end there, because empathy without action reinforces the status quo. It has to move to a second stage, if you will, immersion, getting close, proximate to the people we want to serve, understanding the systems that get in their way and being honest about where they sometimes hold themselves back. From there, it's about moving into action and then using that moral imagination again to ground us in the why of the work that we're doing and help sustain. Empathy had me leaving Wall Street in 1986. I was working in Latin America and I loved the tools of banking. But what I didn't love was seeing people in the favelas, their vibrancy, their hard work. seeing those people excluded fully from the banks. And so that drove me on a mission, if you will, to Rwanda, where I co-founded the nation's first microfinance bank with a small group of Rwandan women. That gave me a real opportunity to immerse. And I would sit with the women in the open markets in their homes. And I learned to listen from them, not just with my ears, but with all of me. By immersing with the women, I also, I learned so much about the work, about the systems. I'll just share three. First is that access to credit to markets when we're looking at low income people or all of us, it's not enough. People need the capabilities to actually make use of those opportunities. And so I learned what it meant to accompany people, not to solve their problems for them, but to let them solve it for themselves and help them build their muscles. Second, I learned that that the opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is dignity. We yearn as human beings to be seen, to solve our own problems, to have choice. And finally, that if we are going to solve the toughest problems, we have to learn how to hold values in tension. At the very beginning, women taught me a lot by not paying, sometimes lying. And I learned that just being generous also wasn't enough. We had to hold generosity and tension with accountability. And so in 2001, 15 years of apprenticing, if you will, led me to another act of moral imagination, that was starting Acumen. By then, I had really come to understand how capitalist systems, unbridled, reinforced inequality and too often did overlook and sometimes exploit the poor, but top-down approaches to government aid, charity, too often created dependency. At the center of this new vision, if you will, was the idea of patient capital, that we could take philanthropy and rather than give it away, invest long-term, 10 to 15 years long, in intrepid entrepreneurs who were going where markets and governments had both failed the poor: healthcare, education, energy, agriculture. We would accompany them, help them build their capabilities. We would measure what mattered, not just what we could count. And any money that came back would be reinvested in other innovation for the poor. Moral imagination, though, was also required because it's one thing to start a venture that takes on the status quo. It's another thing that sustains. I remember I was almost 40 and still I would sit in big offices on Wall Street or Silicon Valley, and very confident businessmen would tell me that clearly I didn't understand business. That they said, Jacqueline, I'd make my money here, I'd give it away there. And those conversations could be humiliating. Sometimes making me cry at night, wondering, is this really going to work? But I think that each of us, and maybe especially women, have a bull and a dove inside of ourselves. That bull is full of ferocity, determination, and that dove has a bit more vulnerability and tenderness, sometimes doubt. But when that bull and dove are dancing, that is when the moral imagination is unstoppable. And that is what I learned. And if I had one piece of advice for my younger self, it would be to stand without apology a little bit earlier. Because now, 20 years later, after we've moved almost $1 billion into markets for the poor and served over 300 million low-income people, I can do just that. But what excites me right now, in this moment of our history where there is so much opportunity to create real change, is to see a new generation of young entrepreneurs, especially women, who are deploying their moral imagination and fully reimagining ways that we can empower other women to be their best selves. I think of Suhani Mohan, an Indian engineer who looked across her nation and saw the problem of menstrual health and decided to do something about it, but not using business as usual. She started with immersion, understanding that in the rural areas, tribal areas, areas where women were often caught in situations of violence and conflict and cut off from climate change, that she needed to think about a whole new system. And so she built a distributed manufacturing company so that women in villages could buy factories and manufacture their own sanitary napkins, hire from the community to serve local women, also building women's capabilities and knowledge so that they understood the issues of menstrual health. Her real radical move, though, was recognizing that people in some of those areas didn't trust people like her. And so she allowed every village to create their own brands, which is anathema to a traditional investor who sees all the values in the brand. Suhani then had to find partners, investors, who shared her moral imagination. And today that company has 40 factories and has distributed over 6 million sanitary napkins to very low income women. Or I think of her sister in Pakistan, Sarah Saeed Khurram, also a Cartier fellow, a doctor who saw that 30% of her fellow doctors, women across Pakistan, stopped practicing once they got married. And at the same time, in the rural areas, she saw women fully disconnected from real quality healthcare. And so she used the current technologies, telemedicine, to connect those doctors to 26 private health clinics that grew through Sehat Kahani and really saw success. But on the first day of lockdown during this pandemic, all private clinics were closed. So Sarah tapped again into her moral imagination. Rather than just pull in shutdown, she decided to make the app free, call on more women to volunteer. And by now, over 350,000 rural women have been served by Sehat Kahani, and 5,000 women doctors are on the network. Sehat Kahani is partnering with government, and I assure you this will be part of public health going forward in Pakistan. That's the power of moral imagination. And when you think about the impact, and all of you are in one way or another engaging in this kind of work, when you think about the impact, think about the ripples. Because yes, thousands of women are served directly. Their families are changed. Their communities are transformed. Think about the jobs that are created. Think about the mindsets that are changed. The investors who don't look at naivete or idealism the same way and recognize that they too need moral imagination in the way that we all give more than we take. And so, if I started in gratitude, let me end with hope, but not an easy hope. Because as I have said, the work of change is hard. The status quo exists for a reason. This work can last for years, decades, sometimes lifetimes. But part of the moral imagination is recognizing that the kinds of systems we build that put our shared, remember too, that you all are part of a growing field of individuals, entrepreneurs, people within corporations, recognizing that we need all of us who want to make change, that we are all part of a moral revolution focused on putting our humanity at the center. And in those moments when you are low, remember the words of Maya Angelou, who said that I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. And so I wish all of you the humility to see the world as it is, but hold to the audacity of what could be. Stand with that hard-edged hope. I wish you all of that. I wish you gratitude, and I wish you love, because the world has never needed you more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I am so inspired and really by your insights. The first thing that I think of is that empathy without action just reinforces the status quo. And I'm just so moved by all of your remarks, as are a number of people who are chiming in. One of the other things that I keep in mind is that the opposite of poverty is dignity. When you said that the opposite of poverty is not wealth, I thought that it was. What is it? We have a number of questions that are coming in for you. The first I'm interested in as well. Francine asks, if you had to start a social enterprise right now, what would you solve as a problem? What social enterprise would you start?
It's such an unfair question,
I know, right?
even though I really appreciate it. I mean, the joy of acumen, frankly, is that because we now work with almost 1,000 entrepreneurs between Acumen Academy, which has 900, and then the entrepreneurs in whom we invest is another 135, so more than 1,000. Is that I'm watching a new generation do so many different moves, and where I feel that Acumen really has a place, something to offer, is not only around the tools of moral leadership, and in many ways, Acumen Academy is a social enterprise, but also when I talked about no apologies, I think maybe we were too gentle on the economy 20 years ago. And now I'm watching the capability to build entirely new financial instruments, where we have a company in Los Angeles called Everytable. And also, like Sarah, during the pandemic, decided to essentially deliver food in food deserts in Compton, Los Angeles for free, but also ask people to pay it forward if they could, because these were very low income people who needed food. And by the end of the pandemic, they have now delivered about 6 million meals. They have really grown their company, and they've recognized that as they grow, they want their Black and Brown employees who don't necessarily have huge levels of education, but huge capability, to have the opportunity to start a franchise. So they're out there raising money where they'll pay 1% over 10 years so that they can on lend to individuals who might not have capital of their own. But over time, as they pay off their debt, they will own a franchise. When I see this stuff, Tiffany, I feel like this is where I would spend the rest of my life, because we are in a new place of creativity and recognizing that capital exists as a means to solve problems. But for too long, we saw it as the end in and of itself. So that's where I want to play.
Amazing. I have family in Compton that has benefited from that program. So
Oh, really?
I was very delighted to see that you were responding and that you've supported that. We have one more question. You're talking about the moral imagination, and we have a question about what moral leaders you respect and you admire, that you look up to, that you feel reflect the moral imagination that you talk about. And I'd love for us to end with you talking about some leaders that you respect and admire.
I mean, it's such a great question, and at one point, probably a decade ago, I would go around and ask young people all the time to tell me who the moral leaders were that they admired, and it was so depressing to me that they kept coming up with dead people. Um, and and I started to ask myself, you know, who are those moral leaders? And what I see um, is a whole generation of young people, whether it's Greta or Malala, um, Jacinda in New Zealand, lots of women on this list who almost are like Antigone in the play by Sophocles, who are truth tellers, but who don't just tell truth on behalf of themselves, are telling truth on behalf of people whose lives are very different from their own, and are working towards solutions, sometimes in very uncomfortable ways. And so I guess I would end, Tiffany, by saying sometimes when we put people on a pedestal and say, well, that's a moral leader, then it gets really easy to throw them off the pedestal. And I'm starting to think that maybe the aspiration is for each of us to engage in acts of moral leadership and to recognize that we don't need another hero. We need millions of heroic acts. And that each of us, every one of us, by focusing on others before self, on thinking of investment as a means, on showing up, on practicing being kind when we feel like being anything but kind, have opportunities to be moral leaders, to try to create change in a world that knows it needs to change but doesn't like change. And maybe that's the real hope of the idea of moral revolution. Not in this big, we're going to take down the fortress, but that we're going to build it from the inside.
I love that, Jacqueline, and thank you so much for your leadership. If there's one person that I admire that exhibits moral imagination, it is you. And it has been a delight to be in conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have a special message from actor and women's empowerment activist Frida Pinto. We asked her what she finds most inspiring about the women impact entrepreneurs she meets.
Hello, hi, this is Frida Pinto, and I am so excited to be part of your event today. We came across many women impact leaders, both from the public sector and the private sector. And in understanding each of their stories, there was one common link, and that common link was resilience. Not one single female impact leader ever said to us that they were successful in their first try. Some of their stories were literally, we tried and we failed almost 10 to 15 times before we achieved what it is that we were trying to achieve, before we got the respect from our compatriots, before we felt seen and recognized. And that inner resilience, without feeling despondent or disappointed or disheartened time and again from being either rejected or sidelined or not appreciated, was really what stood out for me. Something that I feel I have been able to absorb from them and emulate in my own life. There was another one that I thought was really fascinating, and it was the ability that they had to have fun while they were trying to create change, while they were trying to grow their empires. And I think this ability to be light was very important to me, because so often we can get so bogged down by the pressures that society puts on us. You don't necessarily have to have a world stage in order to inspire other women. You can do that in your own community in a way, and that truly does have a ripple effect, because other women see what you're doing and they feel inspired, and then they want to continue doing the same. The next generation sees it, and young girls want to emulate and do the same. So I do believe, with or without a world stage and a public platform, it is very, very easy to have a ripple effect, as long as you are focused on inspiring people while you're being a true leader as well.
We've entered a new era in entrepreneurship. It's no longer so much about moving fast and breaking things. Traits like transparency, empathy, and humility are increasingly valued because they help entrepreneurs pursue not just profit, but also sustainability and a healthy corporate culture. We asked our fellows to share their vision and approach to entrepreneurship through the lens of one defining personality trait. She's a 2021 fellow and founder and CEO of Maya, a food processing company based in Mali that partners with local producers and promotes local goods. This speaker's defining trait is community spirit. Please welcome Seynabou Dieng from Mali.
In West Africa, we associate quality with something that comes from abroad. I grew up with this idea, and many Africans still think the same. I realized that this simple stereotype may be the reason why so many farmers live in poverty. That's when it became crucial for me to do something. In Mali, 75% of the population depends on agriculture. Many farmers can't have a decent life because they can't sell their products and have no way to preserve fresh fruits, vegetables, or milk. I realized that by simply buying and processing those products, we could improve the lives of several billions farmers. I created Maya to show African consumers that we too can do wonders with our local products and help lift our farmers out of poverty. Maya makes spices and culinary products made from local raw materials. We partner with small producers of vegetables, cereals, and spices in Mali. They supply us, we train them, and buy the raw material at a fair price. We make fresh chili sauces, breadcrumbs with local corn and wheat, pancake powders. Our products are sold in grocery stores in Mali, Senegal, Burkina, and Ivory Coast. Our ambition is to continue expanding to other African countries and internationally, reaching more customers sharing our values, and creating more opportunities for local farmers. Over the past 4 years, we've been able to supply more than 250,000 products, reaching around 10,000 families whose children will grow up thinking, this is made near my home and it's good. I can do it too.
Our next speaker is spontaneous and open-minded. She's certainly shown that she can seize the opportunities that life throws at her. Her defining trait is curiosity. This 2021 fellow is tackling plastic waste in Myanmar. Please welcome our 2021 fellow, co-founder and director of Myanmar Recycles, Mimi Wu.
In 2013, I was living in Uganda when a friend called me from Myanmar and said, Mimi, I think your plastic recycling business can work here. You should come check it out. My first thought was, sure, followed immediately by, where exactly is Myanmar? I booked a flight. I didn't know how I'd gather data, let alone communicate with anyone, but I let my curiosity lead me, as it has for most of my life. The night I arrived, I spotted my first lead. It was a garbage truck. Yeah, I chased down a garbage truck. I had to know where the waste was going. My arm waving only caused laughter and confusion, but luckily, a couple passing by helped to translate. And the next day, I went out to the country's largest landfill. I was connected with the authorizing department and later to potential buyers we sell to today. I squeezed months of research into 3 days. And at the end of my trip, I took the plunge to move to Myanmar, despite not knowing anyone there. Fast forward to 2017, when Myanmar Recycles landed the first public-private partnership to collect plastic waste. My co-founder and I have had to learn everything from scratch. We still make mistakes, but a lot of that is experimenting. How do we better wash really dirty plastic bags? How do we collect and sort plastic more efficiently? Before I left for college, my mom gave me a card that said, life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. So nurture your curiosity and let it fuel you to spark action. Because if you never ask, the answer will almost always be no. The door will remain closed. And you won't do something crazy like start a plastic recycling company in a foreign country without any engineering or entrepreneurial experience, just to pursue your dream of changing the world for the better.
Next up, we have a speaker who has swam against the current and defied the voices that said she couldn't. Her characteristic is drive, and she used it to start a green construction company in her home country, Iraq. Please welcome our 2021 fellow, the founder and CEO of KESK, Basima Abdulrahman.
Do you remember the first time you were inspired by some greater purpose?
My moment was back in August 2014, when the terrorist group ISIS started to occupy major cities in Iraq. I was in grad school in the United States. The conflict and the violence were devastating. They threatened the very existence of my country. The night the conflict started, I could not sleep. I feared for my family and relatives on the one hand, and the fate of the country on the other. That night, I vowed to go back to Iraq and do something good and meaningful. I started a green building business in Iraq at a time when most of the country was focused on military operations, the economic crisis, and political tensions. It was tough, but I believed in it. I knew it would be beneficial to the country, so I did not back down. It wasn't only difficult because I was introducing a new concept, or because I was working in a male-dominated field, or because I am young, or because I'm a woman. It was difficult because of all these points combined. Climate change is a political issue, a humanitarian crisis, a potential armed conflict, and it is going to displace millions of people. We've been using the earth resources for thousands of years. We've become smarter in the way we live, produce, and consume, but we're not there yet. We've reached a turning point where we all collectively have to make a responsible decision to ensure that our actions today do no harm to future generations. With over 5,000 years of experience in building design and construction, it is about time to start building smartly and sustainably. Buildings last for decades, and they're responsible for 1/3 of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to start acting now to build the climate-safe world we want and need.
Our next speaker knows the value of patience. That's what's helped her start her company, an initiative that fosters inclusive company cultures through communication. Please welcome our 2021 fellow, founder and CEO, Develop Diverse, from Denmark, Jennifer Clausel Tarmos.
What comes to your mind when you hear the word patience? To me, it reminds me of two quotes. One, patience is the mother of all virtues. And two, Bill Gates' words, patience is a key element of success. During my life, patience has always been key, especially when combined with discipline, resilience, and determination. This has helped me make the social impact I always dreamed of, the normalization of diversity to create equal opportunities. Today, let me tell you some instances in my journey as a social entrepreneur where I had to practice patience in response to the entrepreneurial community and the investors I approached. I had to practice patience to wait until the time my idea was seen as visionary and profitable, rather than idealistic and worthless. I had to practice patience to build myself up as an entrepreneur and accept that despite not looking like the average entrepreneur, I could still make it if I kept working hard. I had to practice patience until I found the investors that share our vision and mission and believed in us. And I had to practice patience to get the company off the ground as a solo founder for 3 years despite the odds, until I found the greatest two co-founders that helped me make the journey sustainable and easier. Exercising patience was worth it. Today we're a team of 15 people helping other companies build diverse and inclusive workplaces through inclusive communication. And we have Amazon as a customer. And 12 others, all using our software in 35 countries across 5 continents. Yes, so patience may not be easy, but when combined with the right attitude, it can help you move the biggest mountains.
Next up, we have a speaker who knows you can't go it alone. That's why her defining characteristic is team spirit. This 2021 fellow is from Spain, and she is the CEO and co-founder of a renewable energy company called Rated Power. Please welcome Andrea Barber.
Hi, I'm Andrea Barber, CEO and co-founder of Rated Power. We're on a mission to accelerate the energy transition by developing a cloud-based platform to digitalize the renewable energy industry. 35 people are helping us make that mission a reality. The Rated Power team. When we started Rated Power, we spent a lot of time thinking and talking about our company culture and how we wanted it to be. And that trickles down to who we want on our team. We look for people with a great attitude, who are highly motivated, and who are team players. We make sure they align with our company values and want to contribute to our mission. This doesn't mean we seek like-minded individuals. We celebrate differences, but we believe our core values should be the same. We actually see diversity as a competitive advantage and a catalyst for growth. An inclusive and diverse team encourages thinking outside the box and helps employees achieve all their potential. Our team has a 50-50 balance between women and men from 10 different nationalities. Having a positive company culture and prioritizing well-being and mental health at work has proven crucial during the pandemic. COVID-19 added a bit of complexity to team building, but it also boosted our creativity. We use tools to recognize teammates' achievements, we randomly match colleagues for a coffee, and we organize virtual gatherings with games, cooking lessons, or yoga. We kept running what we call Rated Power Academy, where we give each other master classes on different tracks related to our work. We shared company's performance monthly. Transparency fosters trust, engagement, and commitment. And when employees are engaged, they are also happier and more productive. In short, a company is its employees, and Rated Power's culture has been our bedrock to grow the company.
Many of us had to make difficult decisions during the pandemic. Our next speaker chose to approach them a little differently. Her defining characteristic is trust, which is fitting for an e-banking service. Please welcome our 2021 fellow and co-founder and CEO of Bankly, Tumilola Adejuna from Nigeria.
As we all know, 2020 was a most unusual year for everyone. Companies faced so much uncertainty, and mine was no exception. I'm the CEO of Bankly, a company that drives financial inclusion in Africa. We went into the year knowing that we had to raise funding. But as COVID hit, we had to kick the ball further down the road. By May 2020, we were faced with a cash problem. Bankly had only 3 months runway, and to buy us more time, I might need to cut salaries by 50%. Now, this wasn't an option I was happy about. In fact, I was more than a little worried. I didn't want to have a 50% cut in income to families already burdened by the pandemic. After a lot of thoughts, I decided to call a town hall meeting and lay it all bare. Together, my team and I decided we should face the audacious goal of breaking even. We should leave current salaries as is and see where we stood after 3 months. I was quite amazed when they said if management agrees to keep salaries as is, then they were committed to the goal and no one will leave Bankly for at least 6 months. This experience for me was a classic case of team spirit, and it was humbling and mind-blowing. And a few months later, we did achieve monthly break-even. We raised the bridge fund. No one left the company, and we never had to cut salaries. I learned 3 major lessons from this experience, and the first one is a clear goal is the gorilla glue that binds people together. Transparency can build a sense of trust that is worth more than money. Be vulnerable. Give the team a chance to say, we got you. Clear communication is key. If I had made the decision alone, I wouldn't have experienced my team's love, support, and commitment. I gave them the chance to choose, and it turned out even better than I could have ever imagined.
Next up, we have a speaker who identifies with transparency. She learned a valuable lesson while fundraising for her company, FishTag, that is seeking to optimize the fish supply chain. Please give a warm welcome to Barbara Grenek, 2021 fellow and founder and CEO, FishTag, USA and Brazil.
I learned the real meaning of transparency when I was raising money for my startup. In fact, I could probably write a book called How Not to Raise Money. It took me 1 year from the time I had my first meeting with investors to the moment I had a contract to sign. I spent hours convincing investors that my partner and I were the very best human being on earth to optimize the seafood supply chain through our company FishTag. I kept going until I finally did it. I convinced MIT Angels, INSEAD Angels, and 2 other investors group to give me my first check. All in all, 64 individuals that did not know me nor my partner believed in our dream. It was amazing news because we were a little under 2 months from running out of cash. Unfortunately, the day before we were supposed to sign the contract, my partner calls me and says, "Barbara, the startup life is not for me. I am going back to my old gig and I'm leaving Fish Tag." Boom. I had been working for more than a year without a salary. I had been working 24/7. I had a 1-year-old at home. I had a newborn at home. I was exhausted and my business was on the brink of a collapse. The first thing that came out to my mind was, how can I twist this in a positive way so that investors don't back out? Well, transparency is telling the truth no matter how hard it is and no matter the consequences. I did not twist the story. I told the investors the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. And the 64 individuals stayed. And today they trust me, my management, more than they wouldn't have otherwise. Therefore, be transparent.
Now we have a speaker who embraces unconventionality because she's always been one to stand out. Say hello to the founder and CEO of Roots Studio, a company that celebrates art and improves market access for fashion. Our 2021 fellow, Rebecca Hoy.
Growing up as one of the only Asians in a small town in Arizona, you end up sticking out quite a lot. I'm always told to pronounce things the right way, that my nose was too flat. And when I gave my first crush 粽子, sticky rice wrapped in a lotus leaf, he gave it back to me because he said it smelled too bad. Being the only Asian in a small town makes you stand out quite a bit, but you're also expected to really fit in. That's why everyone was surprised when I told them that I loved art, rap music, and got a C in accounting. As I aged away from these teenage insecurities, it turned into a lifelong observation and curiosity for other cultures that were being forced to assimilate into a dominant culture. When I left college, I became a Fulbright researcher, living and working with indigenous communities that were on this cusp between tradition and modernity. They were told the same thing over and over, that they were backwards. And in order for them to move forward, they would have to learn English and math. But for generations, these indigenous communities have been communicating through music, song, visual paintings, and dance. It's where their true voice and creativity shines. But they don't value it because people tell them that they're inferior, and they lose their confidence as they can't get paid from it. So they leave the village to become someone else. At the same time, being in the United States, when I walk down the fashion districts of Soho, window after window, I see designs and trends inspired by indigenous culture. Yet these communities don't get any credit or money from it. And it made me realize we could actually get these artists paid by connecting them directly to the zeitgeist of fashion, a $2.4 trillion industry searching for authenticity in a world of plasticity. And that's exactly what we do at Roots Studio. We reframe appropriation into celebration by giving these communities consent, authorship, and money. As I aged away from my teenage insecurities, I became more confident about my own roots, and I want other cultures to feel confident about theirs too.
We've got another speaker lined up who likes to go off the beaten track. Her defining characteristic is nonconformism. She builds medical devices to detect respiratory conditions. Say hello to our 2021 fellow, the co-founder and CEO of Sanabi Labs Ellington West, USA.
Being a young Black woman and leading a global healthcare company that is dedicated to transforming the way that healthcare is delivered is quite unconventional. But in my experience, it takes someone who thinks and acts in unconventional ways to truly make an impact. I think about how much can change in a short period of time. And I'm truly inspired when I think about my grandmother, who was a NASA human computer, but was also the daughter of a slave. Because of my extraordinary lineage and the people who raised me and came before me, I am compelled to ensure that I carve out my own path in this journey. Growing up, and my parents will attest to this, I often had a problem following the rules. But it was because I didn't believe that the rules were always meant for my benefit. But despite my heart, I followed the rules and found myself deeply unhappy in high-powered corporate roles because I knew that I had so much more to offer my community. It was a life-changing conversation with my father that helped me realize the unique qualifications and gifts that I had to make Sanavi Labs a real company, to give the company the vision that it needed to thrive. We bring AI-powered technology into the hands of clinicians, healthcare workers, and patients from all over the world. I'm not a scientist, and I'm not a physician, but I was the missing link. My goal is to continue navigating my way through these uncharted waters, encouraging others to take risks, to believe in themselves, because they might be the missing link to an imperfect equation.
I'm the cumulative investment of many people. Some have given me advice, others have given me feedback, and the most pivotal have given me opportunity. I found that the value of a mentor is in what they say to you when you're in the room with them. They help you to achieve clarity through guidance and encouragement. Over the past decade, I found incredible support in a group of peer mentors that I call my crew. But in order to advance your career, you're going to need more than mentors. You're going to need sponsors. People whose highest value is in what they say about you to other people when you're not in the room. Our next panel will be specifically discussing the value of sponsors, both in the corporate and in the entrepreneurial field. Sponsors are advocates who actively work to advance the career of their protege. They promote their accomplishments and potential, introduce them to the right people, and push them to take on more challenging work. To lead the panel, we have Sylvia Ann Hewlett, who is the founding president and CEO of the Center for Talent Innovation, the first woman to head up the Economics Policy Council of the United Nations Association. Sylvia has written several books, including Forget a Mentor, Find a Sponsor, and the sponsor effect. Sylvia will introduce the other panelists. Take it away, Sylvia.
It's such an enormous pleasure and privilege to be part of the Cartier Women's Initiative. Welcome to the session on opening doors, moving from mentorship to sponsorship, and in so doing, growing human capital, both yours and that of your team. The issue of sponsorship is very passionate for me. You know, I was a blue-collar kid and grew up in a coal mining village in South Wales in a family of 6 girls. Prospects were pretty bleak. Unemployment was at 28%, and as a girl child, you know, what could you do? Maybe marry an unemployed miner? I mean, that could work perhaps. But my dad, he was, you know, a very, I think, farsighted working class bloke. And when I was 13, he took me by bus to Cambridge. He thought I had some really magic potential. So he took me to see one of the most beautiful campuses in Europe with its bountiful opportunities. I mean, the undergraduates, you know, spilling out of the lecture halls looked as though they were about to lead the world. And he hoped that would rub off on me. He told me girl, and he called us girl a lot because he got our names mixed up. He said, girl, if you work hard, you can go here. You have the smarts, you have the grit, and it will transform your life. He was right. He was my first sponsor. So what does this look like in the business world? I want to start with just explaining what a sponsor is. Lots of data, all kinds of, you know, case studies. So a sponsor is someone who does these 3 things for you. First off, they understand and believe in your value, and they're willing to take a bet on you. Secondly, they advocate for you behind closed doors, you know, places where you aren't. And thirdly, they have your back. They're in your corner so you can take some risks, because no one does anything fabulous in the world without taking risks. On the other side of the equation, there is the protege. And they have a ton of very important work to do too, because you have to give before you get. You need to earn sponsorship. So first off, stellar performance, that's table stakes. You know, that is the #1 thing that a sponsor is looking for. Secondly, trustworthiness, right? Because you don't want to be sponsoring someone who's bad-mouthing the team on social media. I mean, that doesn't work. And thirdly, a value add, something distinctive, maybe an amazing knowledge of the Chinese marketplace, or you are a kind of whiz in social media, something special that the rest of the team does not have. So what we're talking about is a reciprocal relationship where a senior and a more junior leaders, right, forge an alliance to drive value together. The problem is, of course, that women don't tend to have these relationships. Only 13% of women in the US with, say, BA degrees ever get a sponsor. Mentorship is much more common. 60% of women have mentors. And mentors can be great. You know, they're terrific for self-esteem. They're terrific to build confidence, but they don't get you up the ladder. So what we're going to be talking about today is how to bring this off for you. And we have a fabulous panel of, you know, distinguished leaders to give us some advice. So let's turn to our leaders. I want to start with Mercedes Abramo, the president and CEO of Cartier North America. And one story that Mercedes told me is that she had a sponsor in her family too. When she was finishing up business school, she and her family were living several hundreds of miles away from the school she attended. So she became a weekly commuter.
and her fabulous husband, who totally believed in Mercedes' ability to become a standout senior leader, became the working parent in a very hands-on fashion and looked after a 2-year-old from Monday to Friday. So I certainly call that sponsorship. Ilian, my love, who is looking at me on the screen. Ilian is a Bulgarian economist and dean of INSEAD. And I think two things which are very interesting about Milo: he's an amazing male ally. In fact, he got the award by the UN Women's Singapore branch. It was called the He for She Award, and it's totally deserved. The other thing I found very heartwarming, because I also have been a university teacher, he is a beloved professor. In fact, one group of students composed and performed something called the Rhapsody for Milov, which went on to YouTube and had quite the audience. So I know economics is called the dismal science, but you know, Ilian is not dismal at all, which is fantastic. And then there's Susanna Garcia Robier. And I think that in addition to being a senior partner at Cartier Ventures, she's incredibly well known across the Americas because she's won several awards for her championships of gender equity in companies. And the other thing which stood out to me is the ways in which she's been an amazing sponsor, and I mean sponsor, not just a low-key mentor, to women all over the world, which ranged from Paris to Paraguay. So I think Susanna's portfolio of talent is extraordinary. So let's begin with a conversation with these amazing leaders. And I think I'm going to start with you, Mercedes, just to make things very concrete for the group that is watching today and eager for tactics. Give us an example of an instance where you were sponsored. Look in the rear view mirror and give us an example of what it looks like.
Thank you, Sylvia. That's a great question. And I think I will say during my career, I think it was maybe a little bit less than a formal sponsorship.
Yes.
Because at the time, I didn't actually know what was happening. I did not know it was sponsorship. But it was a couple of leaders through my journey who clearly identified that I had something to offer and stretched me, gave me stretch assignments, put me in front of leaders in different divisions, put me in front of subject matters that I needed to learn about, and ask for my point of view. And I would say in a global company, what was interesting is that my American point of view and my experience working in retail and working directly with clients was something that we really needed at the time. So a number of leaders, including my current one, our global head of Cartier International, Cyril Vigneron, have identified opportunities for me to get my point of view across and get my point of view into important subject matters that are now part of our global strategy.
Fantastic. And was there a particular occasion where you were put in front of an important set of stakeholders where you could see that his trust that you could rise to the occasion was quite apparent?
Well, there were several. I mean, I would say honestly, even being in this role in and of itself, being the first woman and the first first woman and the first American as head of Cartier North America, that itself is already putting me at high table stakes, as you say, and saying, we think you can do this. I think everybody thought that I could do it before I could. And they said, here, we believe that you can do this, and we're going to put you in this role, and we're going to support you through the process.
Fantastic. So, Ilian, if I could throw the same question to you, again, was there a notch point in your career where a certain sponsor made all the difference in terms of opening the right door and creating opportunities that you did not have before? And perhaps also tell us how you got to know this person. I mean, how did you get on this person's radar?
Yeah, well, so I would say that I mean, many people have helped me tremendously throughout my career. But one thing that I was just thinking, listening to Mercedes about the same question, that probably the person that I would identify is my advisor at university when I was doing my PhD. And how did I get to know him? I was just extremely lucky. So I applied to PhD programs from the University of South Carolina. I didn't have any money to apply to many schools, and on the 5th of December, still remember the date, the deadline for applications was the 6th of December. I decided, okay, let me just call Princeton and ask them, will they waive my application fee, which was $60, but I didn't have the money. So I called them and they said, yeah, of course, I'll just write a letter. So I applied, I got into Princeton. They felt sorry for the poor Bulgarian and they said, well, you know what, here is your scholarship, but also we understand you need more money. You can come and work for 1 month before the school starts as a research assistant. So I arrived at Princeton August 2nd, 1992. I go to the Department of Economics and there is this assistant in the department and she says, yeah, you'll be working now for 1 month with Ben Bernanke, who was my advisor. I was super lucky because Ben then became later on the chairman of the Fed, but of course not for this. So Ben, I worked with him, and then at the end of the month, he said, I'm pretty sure that he felt sorry for the poor Bulgarian, and he said, do you want to work during the year as a research assistant half-time? So I ended up working with him 4 years. I've learned so much from him, and he has been, securing scholarships for me, helping me finding jobs actually, and helping me writing papers. It's been amazing. I mean, without this, I wouldn't be here.
Well, it's a remarkable story, Ilian, but I'm sure you were delivering too. I said you need to give before you get, because any distinguished leader is going to be evaluating, right? Whether you really can grow into the kind of producer or valued scholar that they had anticipated. So very quickly, tell us what you feel you delivered to him that was super important.
I mean, I think that I was trying to work very hard, trying to, meet the expectations. And I really enjoyed the conversations with him. And Ben is an amazing person. I think it's one of the smartest and most caring people that I've ever seen. But he was not known at the time. Today, of course, everybody knows the chairman of the Fed. But at the time, when I said Ben Bernanke, I said, who is this? Actually, there's even a funny story. Sorry, I'll take a little bit more time, but it's a really funny story. So in the last year before I graduate, we go back to Bulgaria with my wife at the time. And but this time she stayed in Bulgaria during the summer because I stayed at Princeton to write my dissertation. So one day she's calling me and she says in the morning, so what are you doing? And I said, well, I'm going to eat lunch. I'm going to have a sandwich with Bernanke. Her father asks her, what is Ilian doing? And she said, well, he's having a sandwich with Bernanke. And then he says, what kind of meat is this Bernanke? Because at the time, nobody knew who he was.
Right.
But, yeah,
I like that story. Well, one thing I want to underscore is that if anyone can play the Bulgarian card, they should. It kind of works. So, Susanna, turning to you and looking at the other side of the coin, you as a sponsor, right? Again, we've got to be brief because we want to move on to other questions, but tell us one of the more remarkable younger talents that you invested in terms of growing female leaders.
Thank you. Actually, it happened during the pandemic, even though I have been through it. But I decided that because I wasn't traveling, I was going to put many more hours in the community. And I kind of said, in a podcast, if you have what it takes, contact me and we'll see if I can, I will dedicate some time to mentor or sponsor you. So one young woman who is in a venture capital fund in Miami heard the podcast and said, I'm sure she won't give me any time, not even for a brief interview, but I'm going to contact her in LinkedIn. And when she did, I went to her LinkedIn. I like her background, and I said, well, let's have it. And I really could see her future and her, she is decided, she's bright, she knows how to fight, set goals, and reminded me of many other people I had mentored and sponsored in my Inter-American Development Bank years. So I said, okay, let's start and see how it goes. And it's been an amazing journey for her in which we talk a lot about professional and personal goals. And it's a perfect example of how we started mentoring and now it's a sponsorship because she's giving to get.
Right.
No, I couldn't emphasize or agree more with you with that idea. Sponsorship is a double way. You are giving to get.
Right. So, Susanna, if I could just follow that up with a comment, which is that oftentimes you can grow a mentor into a sponsor, if that relationship deepens, if it starts to become very valuable to both of you. But a word of warning, you should choose your mentors, people who sit in a seat, right, where they potentially could be effective sponsors for you. Ilian, one of my first relationships as a mentee and subsequently a sponsee was when I was at Columbia University. And I chose a wonderful mentor. She could not have been kinder. She had the office next door to me. She was older. She was a medieval historian with amazing maternal instincts. And when I had a premature child, she was invaluable. But when the tenure decision came down the pike, Annette was useless. Not that she wasn't well-intentioned, but, I was an economist. She was a medieval historian. She quarreled with the dean. She wasn't on any of the important committees. And so I had to find myself some real sponsors. So I think one has to be somewhat strategic because you do want someone who potentially could open doors for you.
Absolutely.
Now, I want to turn to Mercedes because there is something in the data, because I have a lot of data on this, of course, which shows that women leaders are much, much more comfortable with mentoring than with sponsoring. In other words, they under-sponsor. And one of the issues here is that women get very caught up in paying it forward, being amazing role models to all kinds of young women. And I find in the data that the average African-American executive who's a woman has 23 mentees, right? Now that's huge, right? She had no time for sponsoring. So senior leaders need to have a balanced portfolio. For sure, there are some team and in you. It has to be reciprocal. And if that happens, the wonderful thing is there's enormous payoff for the leader as well as the more junior talent. For instance, a woman who has a sponsor has a 45% greater chance of getting to the next rung in the ladder than a woman who does not. But a leader who proactively has a posse of extraordinary talent, delivering like crazy for the team and for themselves, also gets a bump when they are a sponsor. Whereas if they're just a mentor, they're essentially giving it all away, right? They're out of the goodness of their hearts. And the more unusual you are, for instance, a Latina at the top of a company, and I'm not looking at you for no reason, but someone with an interesting background in terms of where you come from as well as your gender, I think is particularly important to do some mentoring. But remember that the real payoff for the company, for the team, for you, and for the younger person is when you mix that up with sponsorship. So again, that was a longish introduction, but I am very eager that we change our mindset a little bit as do-gooding women, that we do some deliberate investing in human capital as well as mentoring.
That's a very good point, Sylvia. And I would say, speaking for myself, I think when I took more leadership roles, I was so caught up, to be quite honest, in being that role model, as you said, and kind of being that person that everybody was looking at, that I wasn't using my time wisely. It's exactly as you said, having too many mentees or giving advice to anyone who asked. But I think as leaders, we need to be very, very thoughtful and deliberate. And my best advice in that part is to really kind of look at your talent, look at if you're senior enough that you're sitting in the talent reviews and you're looking at who those up and coming talents are that we're trying to develop, 1 level down, 2 levels down, and pick a few people there that you think you can offer a complementary skill set exchange. And your point about it being a two-way street is very key, because I want to offer something that will fill in a gap for someone, but I also know that I'm learning a lot from them. So building that bridge between the sponsor and the sponsee is really key. And like you said, taking the time and investing, and I think you said early on, trust is really important.
Enormously important.
Exactly. So figuring out before you invest a huge amount of time, is this a person that I do think I can build that long-term relationship with?
And values need to be aligned, right?
Yes.
This is relationship capital after all, and that's terrifically important. One tiny detail before I'm turning to Ilian, Melody Hobson, when she went to Ariel, as a new Princeton graduate, one thing that totally impressed John Rogers, who was then the CEO, about her enormous abilities, he said that she was the only Ivy League graduate who had no pretensions. She was willing, to fix a tax snafu or fill in from John Friday night at the Chamber of Commerce because he couldn't get there. And she would do anything to make the team successful. And it's that kind of proactive can-do energy that you need coming from a protege, not a sense of entitlement, since they've kind of snared you, they're, all set. I think that 70% of the work of this relationship needs to be done by the younger talent. And obviously, I try and make that very easy to absorb how to do that, but it's something that we still need to remember, because if you make yourself the easiest person in the world to sponsor, the odds are this is going to get off to a great start.
I completely agree, Sylvia. I really like that you reframe it to the sponsee has a big part of this, because there's so much expectation now on leaders and on companies to provide programs and to provide all of these things to create those sponsorship and mentorships. But honestly, it's good old-fashioned hard work in the beginning.
Exactly. And work that can be, you've got to be versatile, right? Yes. And, leave your ego at the door.
Yes.
So, Helena, at a place like INSEAD, which is old school, a powerhouse of a business enterprise, right? Is it hard to persuade leaders that sponsorship is an important thing they should do? Across lines of difference, I should add.
I think that actually, I would say it's not difficult to persuade people. I think that there is just a lot of inertia and inactivity.
Right.
I think that there is a lot of, preconception and biases that basically let you do the easy thing, more or less. And I have my personal story that, I continuously think about this and reflect, what am I doing wrong? In 2017, I wanted to appoint a new dean of faculty. The dean of faculty is the most difficult job in a business school or in other schools as well, because the dean of faculty has to deal with 150, 160 professors, and everybody's complaining about something. They have tenure, you cannot do anything to them, and so on. So it's like, it is tough. And some of them are super aggressive, and they can tell you stuff that you cannot even imagine. that people would use this kind of language. So I was thinking of having a new dean of faculty at the time, and there was this candidate. She was not a candidate. She actually had no reason for her hand, but I was thinking, she would be a really good dean of faculty, except that I did not want to put her in the position where people will be just attacking her all the time. It's real. I was the dean of faculty before, so I know it's tough. So I was very hesitant, and literally 2 weeks I was not willing to do this. And then I had a conversation with a friend of mine. I said, okay, let me just go and ask her, and then I'll try to help her and sponsor her into this. She agreed, to my surprise. I was thinking she would say no. And she was by far the best dean of faculty that the school has ever had. She was the first female dean of faculty at INSEAD. She had her term of 3 years. But to me, it was a big lesson. So when we talk about sponsorship, very often we have to understand what are the barriers, why people don't do this more. And right. I don't think it is unwillingness to do it. It is just this inertia that is in us. And just to give you one example, I mean, the last 3 years were the most difficult years in the history of the school from a faculty dynamics point of view. And she was the one dealing with all this, and she did an amazing job. But one of the things that she did was, okay, we are doing well in many dimensions, I think, but there's certain ways, in certain dimensions, we don't do so well. So we have only 26% female professors. And we started studying this with Herminia Ibarra, one of my former colleagues, 15 years ago at INSEAD. We were Gender Diversity Initiative together with her working on this to understand what is wrong. And then Laurence Capron comes, our dean of faculty. Many people say, there is no supply. Just from the PhD program, there are not enough women, coming out. She goes and she does a very thorough study of how many female candidates are graduating from the top schools where we highlight 10, 15 schools. And, out of the 9 areas, in 7 areas, there is complete parity. And in some areas, actually, there are more women. And the passion that she had for this actually paid off, because then we started changing some of our practices and procedures, and now we've hired 50% women in the last 2 rounds. So to me, this is the thing. It's not so much convincing; it's the awareness and the internal biases that we need to right. deal with.
That is very powerful. And, we know that one reason why senior people gravitate towards white guys is it's a mini-me thing, right? It's them just much more comfortable, trusting folks who look like them. But shifting to Susanna, one thing I'm very impressed with, Susanna, is we should be continually, I think, stressing the business case. I know everyone thinks that we made it years ago. We don't need to make it again. We've got to refresh it all the time. Otherwise, you don't grab people's attention. For instance, a new study I did shows that if you've got 3 forms of diversity around decision-making tables in your C-suite, right? There's a 45% increase in your ability to expand market share. Because homogeneity is not a great strategy for growth, right? But when you boil it down to those kinds of figures and realize that the only way you're going to get that kind of diversity at the top is if you have sponsorship, right? Because vigorous advocacy by executives is the only way people get from the middle to the top. So I see sponsorship as the hand-to-hand combat of inclusion in leadership. So you're very much in the venture capital world. How does it show up in your world, the dividend, if you like, to diversity in leadership?
When I was at the IDB, I was lucky enough to have a real mentor and a sponsor who was the manager of the IDB at the time, Don Terry. He was totally gender blind, a father of 4 women, and he thought, women should be given all the positions because they are better than us. So you would see the composition at management and at all levels of that section of the IDB. And we always were past 50% with women from all different backgrounds. Once I left the IDB in March 2020 and I joined Capria, one of the reasons why I joined Capria, which is a global venture capital investment firm, is that they talked to me very clearly that they had been looking for somebody with my experience, my background, and because I was different and they were sick and tired to be 3 white male partners. They needed people that were not, even though I've been living in the US for 35 years, but that I came from a different region, that I had a different story, culture, and in this case, gender. So what did I do? I looked at Capria's composition and I could see how it was really walking the talk. It's going to be one woman senior partner. I'm senior to other partners who have been there for longer. Then at the next tier of leadership, we have 2 investment directors who are women and only 1 male. At the next level, we have 2 senior investment analysts and only 1 male. And then you go down, even at the fellowship, that we have a very strong fellowship program. And what do? Each of the partners sponsors different people in the different chain of leadership. And we really do what we said. We make it clear, the same with our clients, because we operate a network of fund managers, but internally, we make it clear, you give to get. I'm going to do for you. I'm going to have one-on-ones with you, but you really have to show me that you want to become a ninja. And together, we learn from one another. So I think one thing that I want to highlight is that part of the problem that women may be a little bit more hesitant is that men had gone through a virtuous cycle in this industry. Many were entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, serial entrepreneurs. Then they became angel investors, mentors and sponsors. Then some went to be fund managers. Women haven't gone through the whole cycle in the same percentage as men. So, when you have one, you have to highlight it. And that's why I co-founded 2 initiatives. We exchange for women entrepreneurs, and we invest for women investors. And I just want to take 1 minute telling the story of Vivian de Civils from Paraguay. First thing that I love is not the typical venture capital hub, guys. And that is important. Different is nice. So she had been an entrepreneur since she was 7 years old in technology, and then later on with her husband founded Cybersons, began to invest the companies in Paraguay and in Silicon Valley. I met her because I invited her to be a speaker at We Exchange for women entrepreneurs. She began to see all these Latin entrepreneurs in tech, began to sponsor some of them, began to open doors for them, began to invest in them. And, today she's a mentor and an investor to incredible women entrepreneurs, like one of them, the founder of Unima, which runs blood tests to detect different diseases. And she's Mexican, Laura Mendoza. And Vivian lives in Paraguay. But Vivian said, come to Paraguay. I will open the doors of many hospitals and clinics that will get you to run the test with your product. And after that, it became an investment, etc. So that power that some of us have is very important to really deflect the light that they are putting on us and give it to other people. And to see
story. A great story, Susanna. So we're going to take a couple of questions from the wider audience. So this is for you, Mercedes. For leaders who would like to transition from being mentors to becoming sponsors, and you're not sure where to start, how to proceed, how to kick it off?
Thank you, Sylvia. Great question. And I highlighted this a little bit earlier. But first, I think you really need to be sure that you have the time. As a leader, our time is our most valuable asset. We have to allocate time to this topic. So then if you're part of the talent review in your company, you're looking at who are those up and coming leaders. How can we fill in skill gaps for them? How can we as a sponsor then offer something that they don't already have? And I think then it's about selecting one or two, and you made a point in one of our earlier conversations about choosing people that are different from you.
Yes,
and I think that's really, really important. And then, working on that rapport and establishing trust. And I think companies can have some formality around it, as you've said, but I also think it needs to be organic, and there needs to be a lot around that relationship building as well.
Right. I mean, one can start this next week.
Yes, exactly.
I think sometimes a light touch matching can kick things off, but there's no substitute for investing in each other. One little kind of kick-starting tactic, which I find works very well, is that you, as a sponsor of a potential protege, you're not quite clear whether this is going to go to the sky or might just be a mentoring relationship. One thing you should do is ask for a deliverable, which is a list. This person should spend a whole weekend listing, pull the camera wide, put all of their assets, their valuable assets on paper, especially those that aren't on their resume. Then tighten it up to 6. Then tighten it up to 1, which can contribute to the team and the company this month. And then you have the person present it. You give them 15 minutes on Zoom. So they have to sell you on their most valuable asset that they have just developed, right? Not you, them. And I had an amazing example of this. EY rolled this out. It was a great tactic. It saved months of discussion because it got you to the place of value very quickly. It also made the protege proactive and had skin in the game from the get-go. So the young Chinese-American talent in question, she decided that her most valuable asset, no one at EY knew anything about. It wasn't on a resume. She was co-chair of the most powerful business school in Shanghai's alumni association. And she just spent the pandemic, running virtual conferences. She had the most extraordinary network of up-and-coming Chinese leaders, who she was really in touch with. So she said to her sponsor, let's go to work with this. Let's create a whole new business around these people. And they did. But it was this exercise that clued everyone in to this, hidden asset.
Right. You're always looking for what is that differentiating factor that you have to offer that, as you said, no one knows about or that the company really needs.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So the next question. Is it a good idea to establish official sponsorship programs? So I obviously see what has worked and what hasn't because I've been involved in about 60, but just, seated pants, what would work at a business school, Alian?
I mean, Sylvia, I think you're the expert here to answer these questions. I mean, you've written books on these things, you have so much experience. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, from what I know from your research and what I have seen also is that rarely official sponsorship works. It can work, but I think that it's more, if it is organically arising, if it is something that there is a match and people really believe in the sponsee and vice versa. And again, to me, it is like ticking the box. It's saying, tomorrow, okay, we have to have sponsorship and you sponsor this one, that one. And it's not, even with mentors, it doesn't work so well. And with sponsorship, where you have to put even more into this, it's more difficult. So, but yeah, that's my view.
Right. So the evidence shows that you can do some light matching, particularly if there's a nomination process, particularly if the sponsor is involved and has some choice, right, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing we find is that once you have kicked it off, you've provided a pathway to sponsorship, but sponsor itself will not really happen, right, until value is proved. And the ball is in the court of the protege. They have to demonstrate. And again, there's a whole, smorgasbord of tactics in terms of how you do this. They've got to show their stellar performance, their reliability, trustworthiness, right? And they've got to demonstrate the value of the different properties that come from their identity, their background, all this stuff that's not on your resume. And once that happens, it becomes natural. It becomes organic that the senior person, ups the ante and starts really investing in this person. But, Susanna, the last question that's coming from the audience is this just a private sector thing, right? Or is this, this happens in all organizations? One conviction I have is that we didn't just discover sponsorship. Sponsorship's been going on since the Stone Age, right? It's how power is transferred. How, who is tapped on the shoulder, who gets the baton next. And it always is passed. People retire, people die, power goes to someone else. So sponsorship is trying to make this more transparent, more accessible. So it doesn't just go to the mini-me's of this world. And therefore, I think we're seeing this as, being much more open, putting numbers around it, and making it clear that all demographic groups need to have equal access to this magic of sponsorship. But again, Susanna, talk about your experience in perhaps the not-for-profit sector.
Sure. At the IDB, which is a multilateral development bank, so
yes.
Private sector, we started the mentorship programs maybe 15 years ago. In the beginning, it was much with a little bit of, in the younger employees, okay, well, is this going to work? So then we allowed them to have a roster and they could nominate who was going to be the mentor. And then they began to see that if they work, because it was hard work, they really had to come every time prepared to discuss certain things, to set goals, etc. So it was very telling. Some only used the year of mentorship and that was it. Others discovered that that mentor could become a sponsor,
right.
And a sponsor to go up the ladder precisely because of what you said. People that they retire, change. And the program began to be much more sought after because they would talk to other people and said, well, go to so-and-so. She helped win a promotion. Go to so-and-so. She gave me a good recommendation that got me out of headquarters into the country I wanted to go to.
Right.
So word is spread. So I would say, it's very important because I could think of all the mentees I had during my years at the IDB. And I have to say, half of them became sponsees, and I really helped them. And others were much more passive, took the mentorship, and after a year, I would find her in the cafeteria and say, how is it going? Fine, fine, I have another mentor. Did she as much as the one who took sponsors? Definitely not. So you have to have that hunger, and that hunger happens in private sector and in public sector.
Exactly, yeah. That's a very good example, yes.
Last warning, I would say, is that more and more what I saw in the public sector is that you had a lot of people, even like me, that were intra-entrepreneurs. We may be, in a frame that is public sector, very organized, etc., but you still can have a lot of initiatives and a lot of hunger to do things outside the box and to stretch yourself.
Yes. So I'm coming back to you, Mercedes. The final question here is, what corporate gems out there you feel have tactics or practices that appeal to you in terms of what might work in this culture, or indeed in the leadership initiative? Do you see some recent kind of energy in this space that you find appealing?
Oh, great question. I think it's a conversation that we're all going through.
Yes.
The women of Cartier Women's Initiative are great examples of now people who have been developed either from venture capitalist mentors or from corporate mentors. I think the world is much more open now to people going out and doing things on their own. I think you mentioned Melody Hobson. She was on one of our panels yesterday.
Oh yes,
and she talked about a very large project going on between her company and JP Morgan Chase called Project Black, about really investing in smaller companies that are African American led, and growing them into larger businesses so the world can see more what these opportunities are for these minority companies in the corporate world. So I think it's the public and private partnership.
Right.
There's a lot of conversation around how do we lift up these other groups.
Right.
And I think the pandemic has caused us to sort of challenge all of those norms.
Yes.
And we're looking all as companies and I think as societies to figure out how to work towards the future for that. So I would say it's a work in progress, and I'm looking for all companies now to really even take a look at what they did that worked and figure out how to transition to this new normal that we're in.
Yes. On that note, there's some very interesting experimentation with sponsorship via Zoom, which is actually fantastic for global companies, right? I mean, we can't assume people will ever be co-located in ways that were true, say, 30 years ago. So I feel that this is a permanent change, which is why the example I gave in terms of figuring out your most valuable assets is absolutely something that can live on Zoom. And it's it's not a second best way of doing it. It's a wonderful way of doing it, because if you're tasked with presenting your top pick in terms of, why you're on this planet in this industry, and you get your leader's attention for 15 minutes, people who make that a magical 15 minutes are obviously leaders in the making.
Yeah.
So obviously, I've been writing a little bit on doing this remotely as well as in person. And then the final thought I had is that many companies do not want cumbersome, bureaucratic, kind of intricate programs these days, especially since in the end, this is something that needs to grow organically, this thing we call sponsorship. So my favorite pick in terms of corporate examples, American Express under Ed Gilligan, who was president for many years, did something amazing with sponsorship, in that he made it a leadership capability which was going to be evaluated, right, for the top 500 executives at the company. And the rule of thumb was that each leader in that band had to have a portfolio of proteges, 3 in all, and 2 of them could not look like you, which the executives loved, because obviously it was followed with a much more introductions to various talent pools, but it gave them a sense of choice. And of course, depending on what their their business division needed, it could be global Asian talent, it could be the LGBT marketplace, which is huge for American Express recently because they did this. But it's been enormously successful, and it has transformed the numbers at the top. But it was so simple. I like the simplicity.
I agree. I very much like the making it part of the capabilities and developing it as a skill for leaders.
Yes, and then incentivizing it because part of their bonuses was attached to whether they did this well. Right. So I think a final thought from each of you would be wonderful. And let's go reverse this time. Susanna, just a final short thought.
Well, I think women have to find their own voice to become leaders. So I would encourage you to think of 2-3 topics that represent your voice and that people would recognize that you in that thought if they hear you or read what you put. So I would say what my mother used to tell me, you're the director and producer of the film of your life. So you chart your way and then find others on the way to help you get there.
Fantastic. Elian.
You're also the main actor in that film, I guess, besides the director and the producer. Well, I think that what I've learned through these conversations is that it's a two-way street. So many of the viewers probably are candidates for being sponsees and be active. And what Sylvia was saying in the beginning is important. For the sponsors, I really like this phrase because I think this is what is missing. Develop it as a leadership capability, because it's not just let's do it. You have to develop, you have to give the tools to explain to these people what it means. And there's, to me, the biggest issue today is that there is a lack of awareness. Right. But I can tell you one thing from my experience. If you do it, it's just so good when you see the success. It just, you feel so rewarded by the success of your mentee or sponsee in this case. So,
right. Fantastic.
Just do it.
Mercedes?
And jumping off what you said, Elian, I think that for those that are in companies where this is not yet a well-established practice, right, that it's really to take that first leap and to put yourself out there both as a sponsee and a sponsor, because it is very rewarding, as you just said. And I think once you've had that first experience as a sponsor, you will continue to invest. And we all need to see it as part of something that is part of our contribution to the future.
And to go back to some of the investment language we have been talking in, the idea of a small portfolio of diverse talent that you truly invest in and earn an extraordinary return. Not just you as an individual, but the team, right? The company, the brand. And therefore, there is this great good news that it's not some kind of chore, it's not a burden. There'll be enormous payoff in the best sense of that word. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
we've learned that we can design the workplace and entrepreneurship landscape for more active sponsorship. But what about the fact that sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time? What about the things that just happen? John Krumboltz has a theory called planned happenstance, or knowing how to make the most out of unexpected events in your life. The theory goes that even if you don't know exactly where your actions will lead, just by being active and doing the right kinds of things, great things can and will happen. In this session, we asked our fellows to share one serendipitous encounter that was decisive in their entrepreneurial journey. First up, we have Natalie Chan, who pushes young people to explore and experiment with the entire range of career opportunities available to them. Natalie is the founder and CEO of Own Academy, Hong Kong, China.
Growing up, one thing was ingrained in me: the importance of education. I was told that if you work hard at school, you'll be all set for life. In 2009, I graduated during the financial crisis, and I was one of the lucky ones that got a consulting job in corporate America. I still remember the first day at work. I was excited and ready for what's next. To my surprise, all the subjects that I learned and all the exams that I studied for didn't give me the skills and knowledge I needed to thrive in work and life. I started asking the question, what is the purpose of school? Instead of solving big corporate problems, I want to solve the education problem. My goal is to make learning more authentic and more real-world focused. I had a vision, but frankly, I have no idea how to get there. So one day, I met someone who owns a school and got hired as a teacher. When I realized that my impact as a teacher is limited, I want to reach millions of students through media. I asked for a coffee with a director and got hired as a producer. In 2016, I was ready to start my company, but I knew I needed something different. So I walked into the only education media company, uninvited, pitched to the director, and got myself kickstarted. I knew I needed some guidance, so I gate-crashed an invite-only educator's lunch and found myself an advisor. I needed customers, but I have no money for advertisement. So I went to an education fair knowing that the parents would be there and rode the elevator giving out flyers for me to find my first batch of customers. In the past 5 years, I've lost count of the number of serendipitous moments that have happened to me. Yet all my experiences have taught me that if you can dream it, you can make it happen. No one is going to hand you a silver platter. You have to be the one that create the opportunities for yourself. And trust me, there are abundance of opportunities out there. The only difference is whether you can see them and seize them.
Clearly, Natalie is a yes woman, seizing any opportunity that presents itself. Now, we have Rafaela Cavalcanti, the CEO and founder of Clocu, Brazil, which promotes financial inclusion by helping people from low-income communities build a credit history.
There aren't a lot of women in finances. As someone who is passionate about financial inclusion, this is something I've always been aware of. Back in 2019, I was at an event in Santiago, Chile, with other fintech founders. At the end of the event, there was going to be one-on-one mentoring sessions. I looked into the list of mentors, and there was only one woman, Susana Robles. Susana happened to be the CIO and architect of the investment program at the Inter-American Development Bank. I really wanted to meet her. I went to the event organizer and I asked her to be matched with Susana. And to my surprise, she also asked to be matched with me. I explained to Susana about Cloak, how we were simplifying financial inclusion to the low-income and unbanked, and how it was difficult for me to develop a fintech product. You know, think about it. I was an outsider, a nobody in the environment, and I had no network to speak of. Susana didn't think twice. She said she knew many investors, organizations, and that I should attend an event that was going to happen in Paraguay. 1 month later, thanks to the support of an angel investment network that I was introduced by Susana, I was flying to Paraguay to this Women in STEM event. I met many investors that could be useful for later rounds and a lot of possible partnerships that could be done once we decide to scale outside of Brazil. I was so thrilled, so excited with all the support from those women that when I came back to my city in Brazil, I opened a Women in STEM group to perpetuate the power of a supporting network. You know, looking back, none of this would have happened if I didn't have 20 minutes with Susanna. I have learned 3 main things from this. Never be afraid to ask. Never be ashamed to share. And never underestimate the power of a supporting network.
We actually just heard from Susanna on the sponsorship panel. So we can see how crucial it is, in her view, to support and open doors for women. Our next speaker is Rana El Sukawi, the founder and managing director of Monkeybox UAE. Monkeybox develops science-based toys for children, and Rana is going to tell us what led her to it.
One morning, 4 years ago, I sat down on the floor of my daughter's play area and watched her pull up to this plastic activity table, the kind with all the features and lights. She pushed a button and all of a sudden music started playing and lights started flashing. She pushed another and this animal figure popped out and more lights started flashing and more music started playing. She quickly moved on to something else, completely unimpressed. And I sat there feeling disconnected. And it was at that moment that I questioned, what is this experience doing for her and us? I looked around at the rest of the toys in the area. What were any of them teaching her or doing for her cognitive development? I became curious as I searched for answers. I had limited knowledge of cognitive sciences, but I discovered studies that explained the extreme importance of the first 3 years of life and how to help my child develop. This changed everything for me as a parent and set me off on an unexpected entrepreneurial journey working on Monkeybox. Monkeybox provides play essentials and activities that are grounded in the science of early childhood development and delivered by Stage. My mission is to bring this knowledge, confidence, and connection that I felt with my daughter to parents all over in a simple and convenient way. I learned that to engineer serendipity and find your aha moment, we need to follow our curiosity and give ourselves the mental space to observe the various thoughts and ideas that we become curious about and allow them to develop. The brain is dedicated to pattern recognition, so the more concepts and experiences you give it, the more of them it will connect. The great scientist Louis Pasteur said, "Chance favors only the prepared mind." So be curious and seize every opportunity.
Thanks for sharing that story, Rana. Serendipity can mean simply tuning into your daily environment and the message you are getting from it. Next up, we have founder and CEO of Geek Express, an edtech platform that promotes STEAM learning. Please welcome Manal Hakim from Lebanon.
In 2016, I knew I wanted my kids to understand technology and I wanted it to be fun. Back then, I was running Geek Express as an art gallery and a creative space in the art district of downtown Beirut. One day, I received an email from a young man praising a STEM toy we had recently acquired, explaining how passionate he was about this type of learning. A month later, we launched the STEM toy. It was well received, but not without its shares of challenges. Onboarding parents was difficult, sales were low, and I realized that many felt a sense of exclusion and reluctance when it came to technology. I remembered that young man with a passion for STEM, and I got in touch. We agreed to hold weekly workshops at the gallery, tech workshops. A year later, this mystery man became my business partner. Together, we transformed the gallery into an edutech hub that offers more than 30 courses in coding, engineering, and design, both offline and online. My serendipitous moment was meeting my business partner. We shared the belief that technology needed to be demystified, explained, made accessible to all. Serendipity, I believe, is recognizing this potential for passion and making small bets. I had an itch in a world that's increasingly reliant on technology. I simply wanted my kids to understand the language, to be included in the movement. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would launch a startup, receive funding, and embark on an exciting journey of entrepreneurship. Serendipity is when you know in your heart, in your gut, that something is right. You just have to trust that and go with the magic. I had an itch, and I chose to follow my itch. Serendipity is out there. It just favors a prepared mind.
Manal talks about making small bets, which echoes Nassim Nicholas Taleb's thesis about anti-fragility and exposing yourself to small risks regularly. Now, let's hear from Sabina Barwani, the founder and CEO of Hello World USA, a company providing K-12 computer science programs. She's going to tell us when everything clicked for her.
It was the summer of 2019, and I was having coffee with a gentleman who works at a large, dominant education technology company. At some point in the conversation, he referenced one of my recent LinkedIn posts where I had listed out a few of the troubling statistics that demonstrate inequities in tech. One of the things I had shared, for example, is how in 2018, less than 6% of computer science college graduates were Black or Latinx. His response to this was, well, you know, some of these groups you're talking about, they actually do have access to opportunities in tech. The real issue is they're just not interested in those fields, or maybe they find them to be too challenging. I heard this and felt immediately enraged. How could someone truly believe this? This man was telling me that an entire race or a group of people either didn't have what it took to pursue computer science field, or they weren't interested in some of the most influential and lucrative careers in the world. I pushed back, and it was clear he was embarrassed about what he had said, but I don't think he changed his views. A bit about me. I'm the founder of Hello World, a K-12 computer science education company that is committed to serving students from underrepresented backgrounds in tech. At the time of that meeting, Hello World was not in a position to scale. We were running many of our own programs, which involve a lot of staffing and operating costs. It was this meeting that pushed me to think bigger. I realized that there's still people out there that either don't see or don't care to see the systemic injustices in our education system, and I had to do something. So that's when we decided that we would build a scalable learning management software and grow the impact of our business. Although this meeting wasn't a positive serendipitous encounter, it did fuel a major shift in our business, and I'm grateful for that. My larger reflection here is to stay open to all kinds of dialogue, even conversations that may make you feel upset or uncomfortable, because they could deepen your conviction and potentially lead you in a new direction.
Wow, talk about successfully channeling anger. Now, please welcome the co-founder and director of The Better Packaging, a sustainable and compostable packaging company based out of New Zealand and run by its co-founder and director, Rebecca Perkeski.
Why would a self-confessed hater of packaging start a packaging company? For me, there wasn't any one light bulb moment, but rather a series of serendipitous events that took me on the journey to find the business that was always within sight here. It started early, as from the ages of 2 until 6, my parents, 3 siblings, and I travelled the world in a motorhome, making and selling jewellery. We had no extra stuff. Everything we had was well loved and much used. There was just nowhere to put it. I feel very privileged that I got to live that way, as it lay a foundation for a waste-free life that was to come. I do love nice things, however, so it was really easy to fall into the trap of collecting stuff, but I could never shake the knowledge that there was a huge amount of waste associated with the way I was living. After our children were born, we moved to Waiheke, an island off Auckland. It's slightly off-grid. We collect our rainwater, composting's a given, and there's a thriving second-hand culture. It's also importantly where I met my business partner Kate, another waste inventor who had a huge impact on me. But it wasn't until my 7-year-old daughter did her project on how to save the planet. She chose such simple things as switching off light switches and walking to school. And it just got me right here. He was this little person that I loved more than anything, and she had this deep, heavy issue on her shoulders. I knew I had to act, so that night I sat up and I wrote a list of 5 things I could do to make change. 4 of them were in the packaging space, and 1 was to make a sustainable courier satchel. 4 years on, and we have diverted over 35 million single-use plastic bags from landfill by offering a better packaging alternative. I think of the experiences in life as layers that make up the unique you, laying a foundation for the future that is to come. Lean into them and you might just find a thriving business in there.
I guess sometimes it's as much a question of embracing your destiny as it is about being open to serendipity. We'll now hear a slightly different perspective from Edwina Chirac from Australia. She's the founder and CEO of BirthBeat, a platform to educate parents on childbirth and childcare.
On the 15th of July 2017, my family and I received a devastating phone call. The phone call was to say our dear friend Justine had been killed by a police officer. Justine had phoned 911 and called the police to her home after hearing cries of distress of a woman in the back alley. The call was to say, Justine is gone. Justine has been killed. Now you may be thinking, I thought this was meant to be a talk on serendipitous encounters. How could this possibly be considered a serendipitous encounter? A tragic, unthinkable thing happening to somebody in the prime of their life and affecting a close family and a close circle of friends. But since this phone call, every morning when I wake and I place my feet on the floor and I say thank you, thank you, thank you. I am thankful that I get to continue to walk this land and continue to make an impact. It is this extreme gratitude that I feel that I am still here and alive that made Justine's passing a serendipitous encounter for me. Now, we all know the crazy ride of being a female entrepreneur, the extreme highs. For me, personally, the first big corporate contract, the investor who believes in you and believes in your mission, but also the lows and the sacrifices. Again, personally, it's the missed school concerts, kisses goodnight, and bedtimes. At BirthBeat, our mission is to improve the mental and physical well-being of expecting parents globally. This is no small feat. However, I know that I and every other woman in the Cartier Women's Initiative program with me is able to make a significant impact in this world. My serendipitous encounter is that I get to be here today. I am walking this land and I continue to strive to make an impact.
We know that in addition to cultivating the right mindset and seizing the opportunities available to them, women impact entrepreneurs also need a supportive ecosystem. Part of that ecosystem is, of course, the sponsors who help them to access opportunities. But another crucial part of it is investors. There is a strong business case for investing in women, and yet women continue to face significant bias when it comes to accessing funding. Kwame Nkrumah once said that those who would judge us by the heights we have achieved would do well to consider the depths from which we started. As a Black female founder who has pitched her company to over 150 investors, I have felt the biases and the lack of appreciation for how far we've come in evaluating our performance and potential. I have also experienced the incredible collaboration that can happen between an investor and an entrepreneur when the investor sees not only the business opportunity, but truly sees her. Moderating this session, we have Raya Papp, who is founding partner at Sagana, a global impact investing and advisory firm, where one of her key focus is gender smart investing. I'll hand it over to you, Raya, to introduce the other speakers on the panel.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Cartier Women's Initiative panel discussion on mainstreaming.
Recording in progress.
On mainstreaming gender lens investing. We're super excited to have you join us today, and we're very excited to have three amazing field builders on the panel with me. We'll be talking today about gender lens investing, very practically. What is it? Who's doing it? How big is it? And really want to give you a flavor for what's going on within that field. I'd love to start with introducing myself and then the panelists that I've been joined with today. I'm Raya Papp. I'm co-founder of Sagana, which is a global impact investing advisory firm. We work with investors to invest in companies that are not only having a positive financial return, but also very much trying to solve social and environmental challenges that we face in our world today. Often they're including a gender lens. I come from a background of investment banking and private equity, investing, and having lived in the US, Asia, and Europe. Sagana is also really super excited to have been the partner for the Cartier Women's Initiative for the last 4 years, helping them select these amazing women finalists. Just such a highlight for the work that we do and so inspiring. So with that, let me also introduce these panelists that are with me. Very lucky today, we have Laura Huang, who is Professor of Business Administration at the Harvard Business School. She's done some extraordinarily deep and interesting research on the challenges that women entrepreneurs face. And she's published a book called Edge, Turning Adversity into Advantage. We also have with us Suzanne Beagle, who is founder of the Gender Smart Investing Summit and community, as well as founder of Catalyst at Large. She is a field builder and an angel investor. She's really connected to almost everybody who is practicing gender lens investing. And finally, we have Stephanie Thomas, who is founding member and head of investments at Impact America Fund. She's very much a practitioner, is going to share with us some of her specific experience on using a gender lens as she's looking at the investment she's making at her firm. And she's also a Cartier Women's Initiative jury member and practitioner. So briefly, the format of the session, we will have about 40 minutes of discussion with the panel. We'll be taking questions, so please put those in through the website. We'll do about 10 minutes of Q&A. And we'll close out by having a real call to action of each one of us as speakers of how to get involved and how to make a difference. Before we get started with the panelists, I wanted to step back and provide a little bit of context on gender lens investing. How is it defined today? How big is it? So gender lens investing is really using gender as a consideration to move capital to empower women and economies. It can come in a couple different flavors. It can be investing in women entrepreneurs, like these amazing Cartier Women's Initiative finalists we have with us this week. It can also be about investing in companies whose products and services serve women and girls. It can be about incorporating gender in how you think about product design and marketing and distribution, as well as after-sales service. It also can mean looking at gender in the supply chain. Who is in your supply chain? Who's leading those companies? It can also be gender in your organization. Who's in leadership roles? How are you doing promotion? Is it sort of an equal opportunity for everybody to succeed? And finally, when investors use gender lens investing, it can be something they lead with and the primary reason they're investing for gender outcomes, or it can be one of several key parts of their investment strategy. So they might be investing in agriculture or technology, but they want to make sure gender is included in how they think about investments, how they decide on investments. So where is gender lens investing? It's been around for quite some time. Not sure how much you might have heard of it, but it is really moving from not just the why, but really to the what and the how. I mean, it's been very well documented and researched that having gender diverse leadership teams and considering gender is correlated with company success. There's a couple of key reports out there that talk about a correlation of 20% outperformance in revenue growth or profits. It's about spotting opportunities and reducing the risk of investments by considering gender. It's also quickly becoming a best practice, not just the right thing to do, although that's also important. And Suzanne will share some statistics with us on the size, but just as a teaser, the development finance institutions only have committed over $15 billion to invest with a gender lens in the next 3 years alone. So with that, let me now move into more of the what and the how and getting really practical. I'm going to ask Laura, turn it over to you to share your perspective on gender lens, on how gender lens investing is defined, and what specifics you're seeing in the field. So Laura, over to you.
Great, thank you, Raya. I think that was a great introduction. I mean, I think what you really highlighted is that gender lens investing can encompass so many different things. And there are lots of different ways to think about it at all different points along this continuum. And what I've studied in my research is mainly this aspect of disparities. The fact that there are disparities in terms of resources for women to develop their companies. And this can happen at all different points along this continuum that you mentioned. At the macro level, this involves lots of different things all within the entrepreneurship ecosystem. This can involve suppliers, investors, potential partners, customers, lots of different players. And so when we start to see that there are disparities, the question becomes, why are there disparities and how can we fix these disparities? And so for the last decade or so of my work and what I've put into a lot of both my research as well as in my book that came out is how do we actually do something about this? How can we actually empower individuals to not just the individuals who are facing these disparities, but everyone within this ecosystem? And the main thrust behind this, the reason why this matters so much is because you mentioned all of these studies, you mentioned all of this evidence that when we take a more diverse point of view, or when we take a gender point of view, or we look at race, ethnicity, class, religion, sexual orientation, any of these things, that there's better results, that we see outperformance. But yet, there are always going to be people that are not convinced by these statistics. There are always going to be people who are not convinced by this research and these reports. And so we need to think about all of the different other rationales and motivations that come into play and the reasons why the case for a gender lens investing or any sort of diverse type of investing needs to be much broader, needs to be much richer, needs to be thought out in a much more nuanced sort of fashion. So that's sort of the perspective that I'm coming at it from.
Fantastic. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I really see how you're broadening it and saying, how do we move, how do we address different motivations and how do we move into action to resolve some of these disparities? And so with that, let me turn it over to Suzanne and get her perspective on really being at the center and well connected to so many people who are moving capital with a gender lens. Suzanne, how are they doing it? What are you seeing?
Thanks, Raya. And I'm going to pick up on some of the things Laura said. Outperforming men is not at the heart of the case. So it would be best to really talk about the business case in terms of access to talent, access to customer insights, access to market opportunities, thinking about innovation. And we're seeing this across the Cartier entrepreneurs. Where does somebody have customer insights or insights about what their workforce really needs? That is going to be a source of A, spotting risk if they're not paying attention to it, or B, spotting opportunity if they really are. In COVID-19, in this context of the past year, I was just on the call with a whole set of venture capitalists in Southeast Asia who were talking about the fact that their women entrepreneurs in their portfolio weren't necessarily outperforming in terms of revenue growth, but they were outperforming in terms of how many businesses were failing and who was really going out of business during this time. So if you think about investors paying attention to risk, they pay attention to return, they pay attention to volatility, they pay attention to impact. So the volatility question is really key. We need to talk about where you might see lower volatility because women are really paying attention to managing their cash flows, managing their resources, but also, again, just noticing what customer needs are there and what risks might be there, whether that is risk in a supply chain, risk in terms of employee needs, risk in terms of safety, thinking about product innovation, and where might you have a product miss in terms of a feature or a function or, again, a safety issue. And Katrine Marcel, who spoke yesterday in her Mother of Invention book, I mean, she talks about this a lot. Just where are you going to have people really who are spotting market needs, market opportunities in a different way? And what is that risk of not paying attention? Well, we saw it in the last couple of years in some very large companies going from hero to zero very quickly because they weren't paying attention to what was going on in their workforces or around sexual harassment or around a big miss on a customer level. So what will a woman entrepreneur spot that her male counterpart might not? Because she's building relationships, she's listening to her customers, she's watching what employees really need. And this is the investors that are picking up on this are really seeing that this is a potential source of alpha. This is a potential source of opportunity for them to pay attention to women entrepreneurs who are really getting it. And of course, they're looking again at where not only who's the entrepreneur, but what's going on in terms of her employees, her supply chain, her customers, her relationships, her partnerships. And the key here is to also be thinking about who is noticing this. So thinking about not only institutional investors who, like the development finance institutions that you just talked about, but the foundations, the banks, the family offices, and so many others.
Thank you, Suzanne. And I mean, it just makes sense, right? I mean, if you understand a customer set better if you have a reflection of that customer set in your leadership and your entrepreneurship. And so you talked about opportunities, you talked about mitigating risks. And I think those are great examples when you talk about, business growing and being successful. And that does tend to lead us more towards the financial side. But also you mentioned impact. And I think that's really important too, going beyond capital. And so Stephanie, maybe I can turn it over to you to give us some specific examples of entrepreneurs women entrepreneurs you've invested in and what you're seeing in terms of the impact that they're having.
Yeah. And before I do that, I did want to take a step back and recognize today's date. It's May 25th, 2021. It is exactly a year since we watched publicly George Floyd's murder in Minnesota. It's been exactly a year that a deeper consciousness swept over our country, and there was a racial reckoning, right? But there was also this wrestling with our own humanity, and what does that mean? And so I think about, gender lens investing and taking, an equitable approach around investing as it relates to women, as one about how can we be better at seeing one another as human beings? How do we take back our own humanity? Laura mentioned disparities, for women in terms of access to resources. Along those lines, there are disparities around bandwidth, right? Around a lack of, infrastructure that can support women as mothers, as caretakers, as providers. How do we make it better and more accommodating for these dynamic individuals who support different aspects of not only their individual lives, but our collective lives? And so when I think about, gender lens investing, it's really about this sort of fundamental belief that the person that I'm investing in, the person that I'm backing, is somebody who is going to change the world. It is someone who can see around a corner, can see a future that maybe I haven't been able to envision, and has a certain level of talent and brilliance and know-how, and just really need access to capital, whether financial or social. So when I think about Impact America Fund, specifically, we don't call ourselves a, gender lens-based fund. We call ourselves a, racial equity and inclusion fund. And within that, it encompasses this notion that, women need to be a very significant, and have been a very significant part of the narrative around entrepreneurship, particularly in the United States. When we've set out to invest in entrepreneurs that are really scaling profitable tech-based businesses that can not only compete in their markets, but also drive impact to communities of color, we were also looking at what are these big, complex issues in the marketplace that are not being thought about, often because women are not at the helm of many of these companies that are backed by VCs. Women represent half the population, and yet less than 3% of venture capital dollars. We have to do better. And so for us, an example of this is investing in a Black woman out of Boston, Helen Adiosun, the CEO of Care Academy. Not only was she building and is building a scalable, profitable business, but she's also tackling a huge problem in the home care space. It's a $180 billion market opportunity. But when you look at the actual workforce, 60% of that workforce is low-income women of color. And so she's been able to build a product that allows these women to be trained up to deliver quality care in the home, but it also solves for fundamental business pain points of home care agencies around standardization of compliance. And so it takes, a woman who has that context, right? Helen, as a previous caregiver, to understand what it means to work in this space, but also what it means to be a caregiver, making, wages that, aren't sustainable, right? But they're actually drivers of this economic engine for a multi-billion-dollar industry. So Impact America Fund, again, we encompass a gender lens in our overall approach as we think about equity, as we think about inclusion. We think it's incredibly important to have that dynamic. And when we think about who are going to be the future leaders and change makers of our world, we absolutely think about women. And we think there are incredible problems for them to solve, not just for women as a community, but for all of us.
Thank you, Stephanie. Such great context, such a great reminder for us, both about where we were a year ago, but also so much about our humanity and really being able to see each other. And a really concrete example about this amazing woman entrepreneur who is coming from a deep understanding of the problem and the product that she's built a business around. Suzanne, could I turn it over to you to ask who else is doing this kind of investing? How much capital is flowing? Is it enough?
Thanks, Raya. So I want to pick up on Helen as an example because she's gotten capital from an ed tech venture fund. She's gotten capital from a fund that's thinking about racial equity. She's gotten capital from a diversity of investors, including angels that make up who is creating gender smart investing. And you said sometimes people are leading with gender and sometimes they're leading with something else. So just a few stats. Over the last number of years, we've seen, I do a piece of research with Wharton Business School, Wharton Social Impact Initiative called Project Sage. And we're tracking venture capital, private equity, private debt with a gender lens. And we went from 58 funds in our first study in 2017 to 87 funds to 138 funds in 2019, deploying from 1.1 to 2.2 to 4.8 billion in capital. And then seeking, of course, they're all raising money as well as deploying over $10 billion in capital. And they're investing across health tech, ed tech, med tech, climate tech, food, aging, deep tech, every area, and they're across the globe. So 40% in our last study, 40% of the funds were North America focused only, but now you've got funds in every possible region. You've got 45 funds on the African continent. You've got 2 new funds in Egypt and a new fund in Jordan. And it's amazing to get to see the diversity of sizes and shapes and areas of focus. There are over 220 funds that I'm tracking now. And so for our next study, it's just been an explosion. On the public market side, and I know we're not here to talk about listed companies, but that has really grown tremendously. So up to $11 billion in capital deployed into public companies that pay attention to gender factors. So combined about $20 billion. Now, in the grand scheme of the markets, we're talking about, tens of trillions of dollars. It's a drop in the ocean. But compared to where we were when I started investing this way 20 years ago, it's just tremendous. And I know that COVID set so many people back over the past year, but I'm still getting to hear about funds that are closing their rounds and funds that are growing and deploying their capital. Who's doing it? Again, people who are taking a very intentional approach and saying, I'm out to invest in women entrepreneurs. And then others that have an integrated approach that are saying, I'm out to find the best and brightest deals in the care economy or life sciences or climate. And I'm definitely looking for women entrepreneurs who are going to be setting things apart. And there are more and more of these funds that don't have an explicit gender lens, but are saying, we think we're missing out by not paying attention. They're getting that message. So it's diverse, it's growing. And there are also some real challenges when you talk about, is there a matchup of where all that capital is with the kind of capital that the entrepreneurs, for example, within the Cartier system are really looking for? We'll come back to that.
Thank you, Suzanne. And I'm going to push a little bit in the sense of there is so much positive momentum. There is significant growth in the funds and the number of funds and the amount of capital. But as you said, it's still a drop in the bucket. And as Stephanie said, it's still a fraction of capital that's being invested. And so, Laura, can I move over to you and ask you to explain some of the structural dynamics of why it is that way and how we might accelerate the change?
Yeah, I think structurally, part of the challenge is that this is just so broad and it's so disparate, right? We know that there's this issue. We know that we want to try and address this. But until we can actually start to understand all of the different component pieces and how they feed into each other, we're only going to be talking sort of in circles around each other. And so what happens is that what we end up looking at is lots of different types of outcomes, right? So we might look at how much capital is being dispersed, how many funds there are, how many women are getting investments, what percentage. But at the end of the day, we need to be able to understand not just sort of access,
but also leadership, the potential that we're realizing, how much value we're creating, how we're empowering people, all these things. So these are all sort of the constructs and the concepts that are at the end of this. These are these variables that we're trying to look at, these outcome variables. But there's all these things that are driving driving progress. And so there's these pieces to it around why is this happening. So I'll give a really quick example to this, right? So one quick example is that we might see that there's improvement in terms of the percentage of women that are getting funding, right? So we have some funds that are saying, so in my research, what I find is that there are lots of venture capital firms that are like, oh, 40% or 50% of our portfolio is going to women entrepreneurs. And so that may be the case. When you actually look into their portfolio, they're right. 40 to 50% of the companies, if they've invested in 30 different companies, 15 of them are either led by or have women on the founding team. But if you actually look at the dollar amount, the actual dollar amount, 50% of the dollars aren't going to these companies. Maybe they're putting a $50,000 check in or a $60,000 check into the women-led ventures, but the male-led ventures are getting 1 million or 2 million, and so there's still this there are still these disparities. And so until we can understand all of these different ways that we conceptualize that, and all of the ways that things feed in, things like intersectionality, the different moderators that might exist that change. Oh, well, there are some women who are getting 20,000, some women are getting 60,000. What's determining that difference? And so these are all of the different pieces. These are all the elements that we need to sort of understand to continue to take us forward.
So Laura, what is causing that difference? Why might a woman entrepreneur be getting 50,000 when a male counterpart might be getting 2 million? And also, why might one woman be getting 20,000 and one woman getting 50,000? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, so I don't want to preempt too much of. I know you're going to be talking a little bit about this later on as well. But really, what's happening is that there's multiple different pieces, right? There are these systemic structural issues that are embedded into this ecosystem that are driving this. There are also issues that are, so there's everything from like the explicit to the micro sort of implicit things. And so what happens is that a lot of times our solutions end up being these structural system level solutions. So an example of this is, okay, our hiring practices are inequitable. So let's try and have checklists to help us do hiring so that we're more fair. We're sort of regarding everyone on the same dimensions. Or let's even try and have algorithms or AI that helps us do hiring. So these are sort of structural solutions. Other ones might involve things like, let's try and have more women and people of color in top management teams or as mentors or as investors. These are all steps in the right direction, right? I would never say that these are not great things. These are all great things that are steps in the right direction. However, what I find and what I talk about in my book is how this actually leaves a lot of individuals even more frustrated. That even though we know that these are steps in the right direction, that these are system level or structural solutions. So it's as if we're saying to people, just wait. We're trying to fix things. We know that this is an imperfect system. We know that there's this myth of meritocracy. We know that there are disparities, but we're trying to fix them. See, we're trying to get more women and people of color in top management team positions. We're trying to get more investors. We're trying to do more equitable hiring. And so it's like people are feeling to some extent like, well, what am I supposed to do in the meantime? Am I just supposed to wait? How do I support these efforts? How do I, as an individual, even within these imperfect systems, do something about it? And so for the last couple of years of my research, that's what I've been looking at, is what are there ways in which we can, from the inside out, also be affecting change at the same time that we're seeing these outside in solutions, right? These outside in solutions, like let's try and address the pipeline. Let's try and get more women and people of color in these senior level positions. Let's try and be more equitable in our practices in the ecosystem. But are there things that we can be doing internally so that people aren't being told the equivalent of just wait? And so I'll sort of turn it back over to you, but I know that we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the practical tactics and tips and strategies that I've sort of found around how we can do this from the inside out as well as the outside in.
Thanks, Laura. It was just a nice flow into there. Stephanie, Suzanne, are you guys seeing this? Who wants to jump in?
Yeah, I definitely would love to jump in. I mean, just talking even about intersectionality, right? I mean, for me as a Black woman, for Impact America Fund as a Black female owned and operated shop, we think about intersectionality all the time as it relates to race and gender, as it relates particularly to Black women in the ecosystem who are building businesses. Black women today are one of the fastest growing entrepreneurial groups in the US. When you look at the venture dollars that are going towards them, they only represent 0.7% of those dollars. To Laura's point, when you look at the average size of a seed round for a startup founder, it is roughly $1.5 million you're talking about. Maybe even more today because seed rounds are getting larger and larger. But when you look at the average seed round for a Black woman, it's less than $100,000. So, when we talk about, access, to Laura's point, things around check size does matter, but other things matter too, around board governance, around who also is around the table, as part of the syndicate. These women not only, want doors open for them that they're deserving of, but they also want to feel like they're seen, like they're acknowledged, and that they, are respected in their field and in their craft. One thing that we don't talk about a lot, which is a part of this structural sort of racism or sexism that shows up in these very small ways and nuanced ways that you can often miss, is around the lack of psychological safety. When women are entering these meetings with these VCs who are looking at them as quotas, as ways to check a box, not really being accountable about it, and using it as, coverage for great press or to feel good for the day, it does not produce the comfort level that a lot of these entrepreneurs, and we're not just saying women entrepreneurs, any entrepreneur, right, needs to feel good about going into a transaction with an investor, partnering with that investor over a 10-year span to build something that is incredibly important to them. So, inside out to me, and I love this term, means for those who are on the inside, how do they make room? How do they make it more comfortable for these women to show up as their authentic selves, as founders first? I think that's a discussion we really need to have. And at the end of the day, for those who are still grappling with how to do that, who don't feel like they represent the community that they're trying to serve, but want to create that space, it's also about partnership. Partner with Impact America Fund, right? Co-invest with us, join these boards. But when you join them, don't be authoritative, be supportive, be complimentary to what the entrepreneur is bringing to the table. So I'll stop there for now. We can go in more, but those are just my thoughts around some ways we can do better.
Stephanie, thank you for that. I mean, it reminds me, I started my career in investment banking on Wall Street. I was almost always the only woman in the room. I was taught that to be successful and become a managing director, I basically needed to learn to act like a man. And thankfully, I think we've, that conversation has opened up. We've talked about the benefits of having not only women and men, but also a number of benefits of having diverse perspectives in leadership, making decisions. But when you were talking about that, I was like, oh gosh, I remember that. And thankfully it's changed, or I hope it's changed. I mean, sometimes, I think I'm in the world of impact investing, and we are focused beyond profits. We are focused on social and environmental impact as well. But I still think there's, there's quite a big chunk of the world, a big chunk of capital that is still traditional, and it isn't thinking about these things, isn't maybe even aware of these things. And so I think that's where you get this inside out, the please wait, we're changing things. And it's just not fast enough. So Suzanne, what are your thoughts? How do we see that change happening, or what can we do from the inside out? I mean, Obviously, Cartier Women's Initiative is a fabulous pillar there. But please, over to you.
Well, so I just want to pick up on what Stephanie was talking about, that it's so much of this is about power and power in relationships, and who has a seat at the table? Who are you inviting in? And how are we re-examining relationships? And so a lot of investors in our community, Gender Smart is a community of 2,500 people who are investing with a gender lens, but now increasingly a racial and ethnic diversity lens. And we're calling it JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And in the US, it has a particular context. And quite honestly, in Africa, from Nigeria to South Africa, from Kenya, it looks different. From India to China, it looks different. So when it's really about who's on the inside versus who's on the outside, who's in a more marginalized position. And investors are starting to ask themselves, if I've just been lifting up white women, or if I've just been lifting up white expat women, or just expat founders, what do I need to relook at to say, am I looking at local founders? How am I looking at local founders? Where are my biases around that? And if I've been looking only at lifting up white women, what am I doing to really double down and say, this intersectionality is absolutely critical, because we have been for far too long just saying, okay, there's gender over here and there's racial equity over there. So I think one of the trends that I'm heartened by, even though, oh my God, we have so much work to do, is just the recognition that we have to start looking at who are our networks, who is at the table, who is on our investment committees, and who's sitting in the investment decision-making seat. How are we building relationships with the Impact Americas of the world, who have incredible pipeline and insight into talent, into markets that we might not? And people are saying, wow, how do I find those? I work with a group called VC Include, who I know Stephanie knows, out of California, that is focused on BIPOC fund managers and women fund managers, and opening up those doors to make connections between limited partners and the fund managers, who then are going to turn around and make those investments. So we've got to really think about, how are we as investment allocators changing our processes, changing our practices, thinking about the unconscious and the conscious bias that's in the system, but opening up our aperture to realize how much people are really missing. So that's a part of it. And then in terms of the actual negotiations, in terms of the actual assumptions about what kind of capital does she need, is the capital leading the deal? Or is it a partnership around, what does the entrepreneur really need from this round? And what can I provide? And if, by the way, if I can't provide it, is there someone else I know that can provide it? And how do I bring in co-investors to really help that process? So there's a lot more I can say about that, but I'll stop there.
Well, and Suzanne, that really goes from more of like this competitive dog eat dog world to like a collaborative, there's enough for everybody. We need great solutions. It really sounds like it's a kind of a mindset shift.
And I'm seeing it in the gender lens investing space, in these 220 funds I'm getting to track. So much collaboration, so much. And you see this All Raise initiative in the US, again, women opening up founders' office hours and then sharing deal flow. And there's so much of a different feel here. By the way, some amazing guys who are getting in on the process as well, and saying, hey, I'm seeing this in my portfolio. I want to be part of that. This is something I'm missing out on. And fantastic champions. And by the way, we need men and women fund managers deploying, men and women allocators deploying in this way, because it's just smart.
Yeah, you want diversity. It's not like we want to swing completely the other direction. It's bringing, many voices to the table, which creates many opportunities. Laura, you mentioned before, maybe you could go into more of some of the specifics on what are the tricky dynamics that women entrepreneurs or underrepresented entrepreneurs have to navigate, and what are some practical steps they can take or tactics they can take to turn this into an advantage? Is that possible?
Yeah, I think it starts from everything from the point of view that, as even from a young age, we've always been taught, just put your head down and work hard, right? Work hard, even if you have to work twice as hard for half the amount of benefits, just put your head down and do that. And again, hard work is critical, right? I would never say that it's not critical, but when we have this sort of mentality, it leaves us burnt out. It leaves us not understanding that it's not just about hard work. It's also about perceptions and signals and cues and stereotypes. And these are all things that we can be managing. Now, it's exhausting to be managing. Should we have to manage this? No, but there's a lot of implicit and explicit things that sort of happen. And so what my research looks at is the ways in which we can, as Stephanie was saying, what I loved what she was saying was that how can we actually be opening up, not just for ourselves, but for, how do we create this space? How do we make this space for people to be their authentic selves, to bring all of this into this perspective, this gender lens investing sort of perspective that we're talking about here today. And so, for example, I find in some of my research, some of you may have seen this, but I find that, there are implicit things that happen on the part of investors, where investors are more likely to ask certain people certain types of questions, right? So there are two different types of questions that are out there in the world. There are questions like, tell me, what's your overall vision for success? Or, in the entrepreneurship realm, things like, what other product lines are you going to go after? What other markets do you think? How else can you expand this? And then there's questions that are things like, where's your break-even point? How many daily and monthly users do you have? Are you developing this in-house? And the difference is that the first set are what are called promotion-focused questions. They're questions that talk about how big you could take something and the opportunity. And then there are questions that are prevention-focused questions that are about the risks and the constraints and the obstacles. And what happens is that when we get a prevention-focused question, we answer in turn. We respond in turn with a prevention-oriented response. We stay at that level of the nitty-gritty, except that women and people of color are more likely to get asked these prevention-focused questions. And so at the end of the day, who is the investor going to invest in? Of course, he or she, and it's both male and female investors that are asking this of other women. Of course, they're going to invest in those who talked about how big the opportunity could be, or how broad or how far-reaching or how scalable something is. And so when we're trying to open this up, when we're trying to open this space up, what I find in my research, and again, I detail lots of different practical ways that we can take this view of success. And how do we actually flip things in our favor? How can we turn these stereotypes, these perceptions, this adversity to an advantage for ourselves so that we can gain an edge? And what I find is that when we recognize that we are asking, or we are getting asked a prevention-focused question, we answer it. So if someone says like, oh, there are a lot of competitors in this industry, you answer it. You say, yes, there are a lot of competitors, including competitor X and Y and Z. But then you flip it to a promotion-oriented response. You say, yes, there are a lot of competitors like X, Y, and Z, but what our product or service is able to do is all of these things that allow us to go after new customer segments and new product lines and expand in these ways. And when you do that, I find that not only are you able to gain more funding as a woman or as a person of color, but you're able to gain even more than those who were just asked the promotion-focused questions. You gain an edge over those individuals. And we can do this as well from the outside in as well as the inside out. When we notice, for example, that someone's staying very much at the level of the nitty-gritty, we could say like, well, where else do you think you could take this in the next 3 to 5 years? Or when we notice somebody is staying at that high level, we can say like, oh, well, what are the first couple of steps you would take to make this a reality? And what I find is that not only do we engage with people more that way, we actually see their value. We see how they enrich. We allow them to be more creative. We allow them to take chances. We have deeper, richer interpersonal relationships with them. And these are all things that go beyond stereotypes that may exist, because this is all at the implicit level. And so these are some of the possible ways that we can think about being able to take these solutions and think about a more holistic view of what's happening.
Thanks, Laura. That's great advice of turning sort of that really prevention question into a promotion answer. I mean, certainly addressing the question, but then, and look, the entrepreneurs are there pitching because they're passionate people who really have found business opportunities. I joke as an investor, I don't think I've ever come across an entrepreneur who's hit the projections that they've put in front of me. In the time frame, it's always half or sometimes even only a quarter. But if you're starting at sky's the limit versus if you're starting at sort of a very realistic base, when you cut that in half, it's very different in terms of opportunity. And so that certainly rings true to me. And I do like the inside out and out, the outside in as well. So as an investor, as a capital decision maker, how do I create the opportunity for those questions to be answered? Or how do I prompt that, not only for the entrepreneur who's presenting, but also as an example of great questions to ask for my fellow investors?
Right. So much of what we're talking about is really a two-way street, because so many people think we have to fix the entrepreneurs, we have to prep them better, we have to coach them better, et cetera. Some of the work has to happen on the entrepreneur side. A lot of the work also has to happen. We need to fix the investors as well. Let's get clear. And so, any good relationship is going to be a give and take, but also if the investors can be thinking, well, what are the different questions? How can I alter my due diligence approach? How can I look at different data? How can I value different experience, especially lived experience, in a different way? And then the entrepreneur needs to be there ready to really be talking about that, leading with that, pushing that forward and creating that conversation. It also talks about a question you were asking us in our prep, which was, a business at a given stage and a given location who needs a particular kind of capital in a particular sector may not find the investor who is their perfect investor, who has in their geography, in their sector, in their stage with the right kind of capital. And so there's a lot of research and a lot of discovery that needs to happen on the entrepreneur side to say, am I really paying attention to the investors who I think could be interested in my business model, who could be interested in my market opportunity and my approach to my supply chain, whatever it might be, to really be creative in thinking about, how am I going to find those investors that are right for me, and including, do they have the kind of capital that I want? So being able to be really clear about what an entrepreneur wants. And then for the investor to also be clear, just because they have a particular kind of capital or they have a particular thesis, to not sort of squeeze somebody in to their model because they think, well, I really want to get behind that, but they want debt. I've got equity. I'm going to try to convince them to take equity and where I can take a piece of their company. So there's a lot that really needs to shift on both sides.
Yeah, Stephanie, jump in there. You were about to say something too.
I was just double clicking on what Susan said. I think it's absolutely right. There has to be a lot of thought around the type of capital that you take in. There's often, I think, pressure from founders to go towards the VC route. It seems like sexy, cool, et cetera. But, it's a tremendous effort. It's really ambitious. And it's not for the faint of heart either. It's, you're sacrificing so much, of your time, you're sacrificing, attention that you could be paying towards your family and loved ones. You have to dedicate it to, this business that needs to grow, very big, but also very fast. And so it's just a different approach, to business building that I think requires some thought, and sort of reflection on whether or not, that is the lifestyle or path that you want to choose. And I just, beyond that, just want entrepreneurs to continue to think about the sort of myriad of capital sources and pools of capital that are emerging. And there are definitely a lot of different practitioners out here who are coming up with thoughtful structures and ways to support entrepreneurs where they are, being thoughtful around the stage, being thoughtful around sort of timing until the next sort of financing needs, being thoughtful around the industry and sector that, the company sits in, and what makes sense from sort of the financing perspective. So these are all important, but it's also about communicating that and having those discussions with investors or potential funders. And it's through doing that work where you can find the ones that really get what you're building and make you feel good about the fact that they're backing you.
Yeah, thank you.
Stephanie, I just think to get more specific, there are fund managers who are doing revenue participation loans. There are fund managers who are doing royalty-based structures, who are doing flexible debt that is tied to seasonality of a business. There's so much creativity that's happening on the fund manager side. Part of the challenge is that the investors who then investing into those funds don't really understand, how do I back something that's doing half equity and half revenue-based financing? But I'm so excited by that level of innovation that's happening, Stephanie. I agree with you that really good, especially women fund managers, are really listening to what the entrepreneurs want and saying, you know what, for this kind of business, a normal growth business that's got, good cash flow and, they're profitable or they're near profitable and they've got contracts with big companies, maybe what they need is production financing. Maybe they need factoring, and so what's great is there are now more funds that are coming out that really have that different flavors of capital. And we've got to make sure that those who are in a position to allocate into the entrepreneurs that are changing the world can get that these fund managers who are doing these creative structures are part of the way that we're going to make that happen. Just, it's a whole chain.
Suzanne, that spot on. And it leads us to one of the questions that we've gotten from the audience, which is what, as just kind of an individual, as a retail investor, how do I get involved? What investment opportunities are available for me to invest with a gender lens? Maybe you can jump in with some of the public equity markets that you track or other ideas you might have.
Well, I think we should stick with entrepreneurs because here we are at Cartier, right? Women's Awards. So in the States, you have a few more options. You have things like C-Note, which is led by this fantastic woman, Kat Berman, who was previously at Astia, watching so many entrepreneurs coming through the door. You can invest for as little as $50 on a platform, and you can say, I want to back women entrepreneurs. I want to back entrepreneurs of color. I want to back disadvantaged entrepreneurs in different or sort of undervalued entrepreneurs in other places. And that money goes through C-Note out to community development finance institutions who then are on lending to small businesses, small and growing businesses. Calvert Impact Capital has these things called Calvert Community Investment Notes. Similarly, for like $50, $100, you can be an investor. Of course, you can be on a crowdfunding platform. And there are different kinds. Of course, there's rewards-based crowdfunding, and then there are equity and debt crowdfunding platforms. Think about Kiva, which has been only in a sort of philanthropic mode of, I do zero interest loans and then they get recycled. They're now experimenting with what their new kind of products are going to be about. So for a retail investor in the States, it's easier. On the African continent where I'm spending a lot of my time, crowdfunding legislation hasn't come in at the same level. There aren't these kind of ways of participating, but there are every month new things that are launching. So in Senegal, there's a group called the Women Investment Club. And women are every month putting money in to a pot. It's a very old idea in Africa to have chamas or sokos or women's saving circles, but then investing in women entrepreneurs. There's one called Dazzle Angels in South Africa. And so these things are cropping up all over, but it is hard to find maybe in the place that you are for the exact kind of deals that you want to do, there may not be a retail investment option. And so you just need to kind of keep looking.
And is there a source for people? Like, are there a handful of places for people to go to get more information about gender lens in investing, to either use themselves or to share with kind of peer investors who haven't been introduced to it or might be looking for tools to use that? And maybe that's a question for Stephanie and Suzanne. And then Laura, coming over to you, what are the resources to help investors be aware of their unconscious bias?
So really quickly, gendersmartinvesting.com. We have a huge resource library, both for fund managers and investment allocators, but also for entrepreneurs and intermediaries, those people who are really trying to, being in the system, about not only the why and the why now, but the what and the how. And so how to do this well, and then also how to find pipeline. There are Venture Near, Jerry Stengel in the States is somebody I follow really well. She writes so much about women entrepreneurs raising capital, raising it through crowdfunding, raising it through these new vehicles, but also Reinventure Capital in Boston is writing a lot about especially communities of women and communities of color, where and how are the resources. And on our own site, because we have this racial equity initiative now, we're putting more and more resources on Gender Smart. So take a look there.
Thanks. Stephanie, anything to add that you've seen in terms of great resources?
I was going to say everyone should follow and listen to Suzanne. I think she is a thought leader here and an incredible resource. But I think there's, to everyone's point, there's definitely community organizing and building, particularly online. I think the pandemic forcing us to stay at home and in front of our computers and our smartphones has allowed us to also figure out a lot virtually that we can do in terms of connecting and even not only advocating for women entrepreneurs, but actually backing them with real transactions and real dollars. To that point, one group that I want to call out is the Syndicate. It's a group of Black women angel investors who are looking to support very early stage companies. They get together, they share deal flow, and at the end of the day, even if they're not cutting checks, they're really building out a thoughtful ecosystem. Other ones that have been previously mentioned are like All Raise, where you have investment professionals that are coming together, women in the field, mostly in VC, but we're starting to see it be expansive throughout private equity, and even in more the sort of impact space that can be an even broader spectrum of capital allocators. We're all coming together looking at ways to support entrepreneurs, and there's a ton of resources there for people who are just getting their feet wet and figuring out the who's who of gender lens investing and just impactful and thoughtful investing, period.
Thank you, Stephanie. And Laura, when we move to unconscious bias or being aware of our biases, we all have them. I mean, where do you go? Where do you start? What are the tools we could use?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just such a tricky question because we all know we've been working on these things for a really long time. There's a lot of research that's out there. We understand that there is unconscious bias, and part of what makes it tricky is that it's unconscious, that it lies below the surface. It's not something that we quite can understand or that we can pinpoint or that we could even teach or that we can train people on. And what we end up finding is that training doesn't always work. In fact, sometimes training makes it worse. So a lot of it is about perspective taking, sharing stories, sharing perspectives, and rather than going at it from just an advocacy point of view, because advocacy is important, but combining that advocacy with more of an inquiry perspectives around like, help me understand this or help me understand these sort of things. And so when we and that's why it's sort of tricky. There is no one single answer. There's no silver bullet to how we solve this. And when we try to have a silver bullet by saying like, where are the resources, right? We expect there to be like a website that lists all of the different types of unconscious bias, and that's just not going to happen.
We're back to your checklist.
Yeah, there's no checklist, there's no sort of thing. And so what I have found in some of my research is that in fact a lot of it is still based on these perceptions and signals and cues and stereotypes, and 70% of it is based on stereotypes that we know about, stereotypes about women, stereotypes about people of color, stereotypes about class, education, technical background, accent, communication, all of these things. But there's a large 30 to 35% that's based on individual level factors. And so the more that we can hone our ability to understand all of this in sort of in more of a continuous as well as holistic fashion, the more we're going to be able to have a perspective rather than a formula. So I always say there's no formula to understanding unconscious bias in all of them, but it's a perspective. When you take this perspective, you uniquely can navigate and have these stories and these perspectives that help you understand it.
Laura, there's something that I'm part of called SheEO. And there are a number of SheEO ventures that have come through Cartier. It is a group of radically generous women and people who identify as women who are just doing it. They're just backing women entrepreneurs in a collaborative way. And part of what has really come up in the past year has been a serious focus on racial equity and diversity and inclusion. And what it makes me, and I'm the lead in the UK. We're in 5 countries now. But what it makes me think about is for some of this, you just need to do it, and you need to do it in a supportive community that holds you accountable. And then just get in the game and start. And I think what's great is that there's so much opportunity there to just make a difference, whether you have capital, investment capital to deploy, whether you have philanthropic capital, whether you have your time and your contacts and your connections, to just start doing it and then realize we all learn by doing. So we just got to get started.
Thanks, Suzanne and Laura. We're actually coming to an end of this session. There are so many good questions I would love to ask. I'd love to spend more time with this amazing group. But to round us out, what I'd love to do is ask each one of you, as we're focused on action, what is your recommendation for action? What is your call to action for yourself, for those of us on the panel, for those who are watching this? Does anyone want to jump in? Laura?
Yeah, sure, I can start. I guess I'll sort of summarize a lot of what I already spoke about before. And I think my call to action is, figure out ways that you can be helping from the outside in as well as the inside out. If you're only doing one, but not the other, then it's going to be much more shallow. It's going to be less effective. And so if you can pinpoint just one way that you're trying to address this from the outside in as well as from the inside out, then that's how we're going to start making progress collectively.
Fantastic. Suzanne or Stephanie?
Jump in. One thing I'll say is always be an advocate, regardless of where your power of seat lies. Whether you're in the boardroom, which is a great seat to have, right? Or if you're in your household and you have a husband or a brother or a son that is operating in a position of power, influence, or decision making, and can do something to drive more equity within their respective lane, continue to be an advocate.
Thank you, Stephanie. And Suzanne, I know we're edging out on time.
So 2 things. One is, if you're an investor, think about and then act on how you can increase your allocations to women, and especially women of color. And to really think about how you need to change, in addition to where you're going to find those opportunities and how you're going to think about the risk and the opportunity side. And then if you're an entrepreneur, know what you want, know what you want to ask for, and then be relentless about finding those investors that are right for you.
Thank you. And I think the common theme is be fearless. Ask the questions, ask for more, try and understand and be open, but be fearless, don't be silent. So thank you very much. Really, Laura, Stephanie, Suzanne, this was such a pleasure. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, and all the best. We're super excited to find out who all the winners are tomorrow as well. Thank you, Cartier.
It's that time again. My favorite part of this entire event. You guessed it, the Founder Showcase. For this segment, I invite all of you to meet our 2020 and 2021 fellows from Sub-Saharan Africa at our Founder Showcases happening at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. These women impact entrepreneurs will share the big problems that they are obsessed with and the innovative solutions that they have built to tackle them. Just scroll down to the breakout sessions on our event website, Cartier Women's Initiative 2021.com, to attend the Founder Showcases. Don't forget to search and filter attendees by keywords through the event website and network with like-minded people. The dominant culture plays an undeniable role in shaping perceptions about what women can or cannot do. How can we make it the norm for women to be astronauts, scientists, actors, entertainers, and chase whatever dreams they might have? What role does film play in shaping our perceptions and our culture? We have a very special guest here with us to tell us. Yara Shahidi, actor, producer, and change agent, will be in conversation with Cartier's head of diversity and inclusion, Erica Levitt.
Hi, Yara.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good.
Well, I'm very excited to be speaking with you today. And thank you to everyone who is tuning in for our conversation. It's going to be a really great discussion. And before we begin, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the anniversary of the murder of George Floyd. The impact of George Floyd's death was felt around the world, and it's important that we continue to advocate for racial justice and social justice. This ties directly to our conversation today about representation, because we know that the way people and communities are represented in dominant narratives has a profound impact on their lived experiences. So with that said, let's begin our conversation. Yara, you've had an incredible career so far. You started acting at a young age. And so I'm just curious, I'd love to know, when did you realize that you're a storyteller? And how has being a storyteller impacted the work that you decide to move forward with?
That's a wonderful question. I want to start by saying just how grateful I am to be in conversation with you, and just the importance of bringing George Floyd's presence into the room, as, like you said, it's something that is so felt and resonant and really has shifted how society has moved. But to your question about storytelling, I feel like I entered this business in a way that is somewhat unusual. It was very much a hobby, something that was family oriented, having a family in the industry. It never took me out of school, and my parents always ensured that I was really invested in my other passions. So much so that it was common for us to say, acting is something we do, but not who we are. And in many ways, as random as that sounds, it really does inform my perspective as a storyteller. My mother's always said there's nothing more interesting than an interested human. And I think that's what I've really carried with me into my work, because of my love of history, because of my love of the humanities and arts and global cultures. I think it gave me a really solid foundation in which to move into television and understand the repercussions of the stories we were told, because I understand the impact of the stories I've been told growing up, and the importance of always being immersed in cultures other than my own, identities other than my own. And so because of that, Blackish felt like the perfect kind of first entrance to be doing regular and serious television work, because it took on the mantle of trying to have these conversations in a way that felt accessible to people. And now, not only in Grownish, but really moving into my own work through production, it's taken on new meaning, because it's no longer about creating media that's limited to the characters I can play, but production is all about collaboration. It's about saying that these are not stories that are my own, but they're stories that I relate to. And so let's bring in people to collaborate to bring this front and center. And in doing that work, we see the difference, because for so many people, especially if you're dominant culture, you have not been introduced to narratives other than your own. And then the obvious misfortune of being in the intersections is that oftentimes you're not even introduced to your own story. And so it's been really wonderful to, even in a small way, make impact in that work.
You know, you spoke a little bit about having exposure to different cultures and different identities. And so, you know, that to me is spot on when we talk about representation and how people are represented in media. And so I would love to know a little bit more about how the representation of women in particular in non-traditional roles, and let's go further and say women of color, how has that representation impacted how you view yourself as an actress and as a producer, right? The decisions that you make around being an actress and being a producer when it comes to representation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd have to start by saying I was in a household that kind of paradoxically didn't watch much television. And so if anything, I felt the impact of women in my life even more profoundly because my examples were literally the people set in front of me, the women in my family, both Iranian and Black, that were really helping form environments of inclusivity. I come from a family of educators and of varying levels. I come from families of people that really revel in community. And so in many ways, having that as an example, I walked into the world feeling armed to take on anything that came my way. I was raised to believe that not even the sky was the limit. And I had that example in front of me. And I think it was a really jarring transition entering my young adulthood and really intaking media more for the first time ever in a way that wasn't so curated and realizing just how detrimental these images are. And if you don't come from a household or an environment that's able to create that space for you, how are you supposed to go into the world feeling confident in your abilities? Particularly because some of the most damaging images is not what it makes you think of yourself, but what other people think of you. And so the expectation for your abilities has already been set before you enter a room. And so in many ways, I think it really comes from having such an interpersonal relationship with what representation has done for me via my aunties, via the educators in my life, via all of these people that really informed who I am. And then I said, well, if this is the impact it's had on me, how can we put that in media? And it's not about creating superhumans, because we know that that can be a trap as well. The idea of being villainized or heroicized doesn't allow for humanity. And so many times, especially if you're a woman of color, that's precisely what's lacking in people's understanding of us, is the ability to have our entire humanity expressed.
So let's dive into that a little bit more. Let's talk about diversity and media, right? We know that there historically has not been a lot of representation of underrepresented people and communities and dominant narratives. And I'm curious because, we've been seeing a call to action for a more inclusive and a more equitable industry. So what do you believe is influencing more diversity in front of and behind the camera? That's the first question. And the second question is, how can we change the way we tell stories for a more inclusive picture?
Right. Well, I think going to your first question of what's informing this kind of recent call for inclusivity, I think it's this idea of really understanding the gravity of the impact media makes on us. It's not some trivial thing we watch, and these images influence us. They influence policy. They influence what we think of the communities around us. When we think of harmful stereotypes, there are so many ways in which those stereotypes that we think just exist in movies or exist in television informed policy. It's informed the way communities have been treated, how we police our communities, and how we support our communities. And so I think first and foremost, people are fed up. There's also, I think, a history that I've been diving into personally as of late of the impact of inclusive media throughout time. I think oftentimes we feel like this is a brand new thing, but there have been filmmakers and people who have been subverting what media has traditionally done for generations. And I feel like there is a generation of people who are now taking on the mantle of that work to say, okay, let's continue it. Let's put it in kind of mainstream images and mainstream television because it's important. And then to that kind of latter half of your question, there is a moment of realizing that oftentimes the reason diversity on screen has not lasted, or it's felt like flashpoints of, wow, we have really brown people on television. Okay, they're gone. Okay, wow, we have really inclusive images of the varying ways we identify on television, and then it's gone, is because the infrastructure hasn't matched. Mm-hmm. And so oftentimes the reason it kind of comes in waves is because there are no consistent advocates. There are no people that consistently feel the stakes of the importance of this work. And so I love the fact that we are turning to what's happening behind the camera even and paying more attention to that, because if anything, once we get that sorted, what happens in front of the camera is going to explode in a really beautiful way. And then if you can remind me of your second question, that would be great.
Yeah, no, it's just, how can we make sure that moving forward that we are creating more inclusive stories and pictures. And I think you've touched on it a little bit already, but, to your point, we see all these commitments, right? I work in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so, I'm in luxury goods, but we see across media and Hollywood that there are many commitments, both in front of and behind the camera around inclusion. So I'm curious about, how do you think moving forward we can create a more inclusive picture?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you already touched on it and we discussed it a little before, but it comes to really changing the infrastructure behind the camera, but also this idea of who do we pay attention to? I think of my own kind of growing up, and as diverse as the schools I went to were, the kind of traditional canon of literature. When I think of Catcher in the Rye, which used to be one of my all-time favorite books, I think of the fact that we have been trained to watch dominant culture narratives in whatever form they come in. We've been trained to say that they are worthy of our attention, even if it's a book with little to no plot, just following a kid who kind of complains the whole time. And so part of it is training our audience. So many times, I don't know how many times I've heard that the audience drives what's on television. But in many ways, I think that is an excuse to say we can't step out of what is comfortable, because how's the audience going to respond? And what we know to be true is that if you treat people as the well-educated viewers that they are, to say, if I present you with an image, I expect that you're going to rise to the occasion and understand the importance of this image, then it changes what we think is possible on television.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a deep believer, even in the little influence I have over Grownish, is in saying it's not just about matching the viewer where they are, but really helping us go to the next place and our next level of potentiality. And even in that, as an audience member myself, as much as I make television, I watch television. And that's what I want from my media. That's what I want from ads. That's what I want from every image I see, is to bring me to places I didn't realize existed. And I think when that becomes kind of the call to action in your work, then there's so many more possibilities to understand what diversity looks like. So many people, if you haven't invested the time to understand what inclusivity is, then it feels like, okay, we're just checking boxes. Versus, no, we're telling stories. And what's been very important is that, with a show like Blackish, what was more impactful was not just that there was a Blackish, but that there were so many shows coming out at the same time of different brown stories. And so if anything, it taught people to say, Blackish doesn't represent every Black family. Mm-hmm. And it would be a disservice to our community to expect that. But what is inclusivity is saying that here's one iteration of what it means to be a Black family. Here's another one on TV. And no matter where you turn, you're getting a fuller picture. And so when I think of inclusivity, I always add the caveat of not every show is supposed to be everything, but we're supposed to create space for every story.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say also, I get really excited about the next generation, Gen Z, because I think there's an expectation from Gen Z that inclusion is a part of everything, right? It's not diversity on one hand, inclusion on the other, equity on another. It's that within every industry, there needs to be inclusion, a part of every single process. And so this next question is about Gen Z. I'm going to read some stats because I think it's important to know the statistics before we get into the question. So according to the US Census data, Gen Z is the most diverse generation in American history. In 2019, for the first time, more than half of the nation's population under age 16 identified as a racial or ethnic minority. Mm-hmm. And around 50% of Gen Z believes that traditional gender norms are outdated. Mm-hmm. Gen Z clearly is the future. So what is one step we can take to engage with the next generation and encourage them to tell their own stories and drive change?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, just as your own statistics shared, there is something to be said for the fact that Generation Z expects change mm-hmm. and expects for inclusive representation. So I don't think it's even a matter of saying, hey, share your stories. It's a matter of giving people access. when I look at my peers, they're already storytellers, some of them very formally and explicitly, and some implicitly. And I think that was even evident in when you look at this past year of social action and engagement. Gen Z was at the forefront of being able to communicate new narratives and being able to say, even if my space is in tech, even if my space is in fashion, in media, in the business and corporate world, there's a way in which I can tell a story of impact that is going to help us shift how this industry thinks we need to be holding ourselves accountable. And so for those reasons, I really focus on the idea of access. And when I look at even my own position, my goal is not to be the voice of a generation by any means, but I've always said my role is to be able to say, here's the access I've had. How do I share this access with other people? How do I expand the opportunities given to me to other people? Because the interest and ability is already there. It's just, as so much of this conference is about, it's about the investment.
I mean, that's a really great point. I'd also say I think that there are pros and cons to social media, but I think social media has really allowed Gen Z to set their own guidelines, and to say, forget about all these norms that we've been taught to believe in. Like with social media, you can express yourself however you want to, you can, share your story however you want to. And so I think it's a beautiful moment for the next generation. And I believe we'll be seeing much more. And, hopefully these larger companies and these huge industries will begin to adapt more and to realize the impact and just the profound, what's the word I'm looking for? Just the magnitude of this generation, right? Like no one wants to conform to these same old identities and gender norms, that we have to allow people to really be who they are and to not lock them in a box. So I'm very excited to see what Gen Z has in store for all of us. And, you talked a little bit earlier about your mother. You talked a little bit earlier about the women in your lives who have had an influence on you. And I want to dive into that a bit more. I would love to know a little bit more about who you consider role models and mentors. I'm a huge advocate for mentorship. I believe that there are formal mentors and informal mentors. It's great to have both. I think a lot of times people get stuck on formal mentors, but we know that there are so many people in our lives that have an impact on us in ways that we don't expect. So can you share a little bit about who your mentors are, how you form those relationships, and what is the best advice you've ever received from a mentor?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, just like I had said in that first kind of question, of course, I have to turn to my aunts. I have to turn to my mama as some of my first mentors. And then when I'm looking at kind of broader picture, the people that have come in to take that place in my life, I think of incredible humans like Patrisse Cullors, who's one of the co-founders of Black Lives Matter. And I literally snuck into an event she was speaking at just to hear her speak. And that is where we met. And I think in many impactful ways, she's helped guide me through this world, especially as I figure out what it means to be socially engaged and really how to be of service. Another person I am just always floored by the fact that I know is Dr. Angela Davis. I think of people, even in my own kind of immediate ethos and system of entertainment, and there's so many people that I think I regularly turn to as just a source of inspiration. So many of our collaborators, many of the women writers that we bring on teach us so much in a matter of moments just by beginning our collaboration. And so I feel like the list is really endless, but those are two people that really come top of mind.
I'm so jealous, by the way. I want to speak to all of them. And what about the best advice you've ever received from them?
Best advice. I mean, I think a lot of the best advice has really been, especially as a young woman, figuring out how to take care of myself and how to set up boundaries has been really wonderful, especially hearing that from people who've dedicated their lives to being of service. They've really helped me try and continue to maneuver the space of knowing that I want to ensure that everything I do is for the greater good. And I'm a young person in this world. How do I make sure I'm taking care of myself? And I think words that my mother had even said that really impacted me, and it was only a matter of a year ago, is that in order to do my best work of taking care of others, I have to take care of myself. And in many ways, I know it's not just something that I've heard, but something that's been implied to many women is that self-care is selfish. And that taking time for yourself is luxurious, it's exorbitant, it's excessive, versus deeming it as essential. And if we were to take it out of just the kind of literal understanding of doing a face mask, although that's great self-care too, self-care consists of so many things. And when I think of the fact that when I pour into myself, I just operate at a higher level, it's helped me continue to push against my own understanding of what I deserve.
Yeah, it's the idea that you can't pour from an empty cup. And I think it's so important to refuel and recharge. And I'm also curious, I'm going to make an assumption that you have many young people that are looking to you for mentorship. And I'm just curious, how do you manage those relationships and expectations, right? I'm going to make another assumption that you're very busy and you have a lot going on, and between school and work and all the other incredible things that you're doing, what does that look like when people come to you or are seeking mentorship?
Well, it's always funny because at the age of 21, I tend to feel like I am in no position to give anyone advice as I'm still figuring things out. And so oftentimes I think I reframe the relationship from being a mentor to just being a peer and saying, let me be of service and let me help you out where I can. And let me also be brutally honest about the limitations of what I know and what you have to turn to other people. But a great example for me has even been my own mother. She mentors many folks. And I know even in the last week, I was talking to two of her mentees and that she's helping in different capacities. And I think she has taught me really what it means to be attentive and the ways that you can pour into people and the way that that can be individualized. And so being a mentor, having that relationship looks different for everyone. But I think in terms of even establishing a healthy relationship, something my grandfather has talked about since I was little is the idea of relationship equity. As much as I'm new to the mentor world, I have been a mentee for many years. And it's been important for me to frame this idea of as much as I am expecting to get from other people, I have to actively be pouring into them. And just because I feel like I'm the one that knows less in this relationship, I always have something to offer. And that can come from even the difference of calling in between asking for things or having that level of attentiveness, which means that there's always something for me to contribute to a conversation. Has really been helpful because I think as I make this kind of transition to being of service in a new way for other people coming behind me, I have that kind of in my general arsenal to be able to figure out how to establish these relationships.
Yeah, one of the things that I think a lot about is peer-to-peer mentorship. I think oftentimes people are so focused on looking above and looking at who's at the top of their industry and how can I get a coffee with them or how can I reach out to them. But I personally have learned the most from my peers, right? People who are literally on the ground going through what I'm going through at the same time. And so I think it's so important to your point about, when you're looking for a mentor or you find someone that you think could be a great mentor, it's a mutual relationship, right? It's not just one person always giving, it's giving and receiving and vice versa. And so I just think it's one of the most important things to remember for everyone on who's tuned in right now that, when you're looking for a mentor, just remember that the relationship goes both ways, right? It's not one-sided.
Absolutely.
All right, so we are down to our final question, and I hate that this conversation is ending. I know, it's crazy. We'll have to do this again sometime. But the theme of the Cartier's Women's Initiative this year is a ripple effect, and so I would love to know, what if we were to start a ripple effect to change the way we present the narrative about diversity in general? What's the one thing that you would leave us with? The one action that you think is crucial to driving change?
That's a great question. It's a heavy question.
It is. It's a heavy question. So take your time with this one. It is heavy, but I think it's so important.
My first instinct as a self-professed history nerd is to have people committed to learning our histories. When I look at the biases people carry with them, so much of it is because people can operate in the world feeling as though the communities around them have not been of service to their personal journeys. There's this feeling of independence as though we came and materialized on our own and just magically had what we had. versus feeling like I am not able to even be here if it weren't for generations before, my own cultures and cultures I'm unfamiliar with, people that I know personally and people I will never have met. And I think that kind of orientation towards the world has really shifted even the feeling of I have to be committed. One of my tattoos is 63 for 1963. It's a pivotal year in the civil rights movement, but that's because it is embodied to me people that were committed to a future world that they weren't guaranteed. That is the most selfless work you can do, is to say, I'm fighting for something and putting my life on the line for people I haven't met. And I often carry that with me. And so I think the one thing that could be impactful in ways that people may not even expect, or we may not know the outcomes immediately, to creating a more diverse world is turning to our own histories and trying to figure out what has been left out. Who do I not know about? I know that I, by the age of 10, knew way too much about Napoleon Bonaparte than I should before I even got to my own stories and the stories of my families and my communities. And if we look at the information that we've taken in as being so narrow, it really colors in our world and expands what we feel like we can do when we start to add in new stories. And so even though it sounds like a broad task, I feel like it could have really wonderful repercussions, just dedicating a little bit of your time, whether it be every day, every week, every month, to just learning something outside of what you typically would have read, learning about people outside of who you typically interface with, because I think it implicitly, you carry that with you and you carry that into your work.
Yeah, to be curious and to always ask, what stories aren't being told. I think that is crucial. And I think, Yara, you're doing a phenomenal job in your own life and your own career journey. We're so grateful to have you as a, as a role model to so many people, young, old, everywhere in between. And it's been such a pleasure speaking with you today. I'm looking forward to hearing your keynote and looking forward to seeing all that you continue to accomplish.
Thank you, Erica. I've been so looking forward to this conversation, and I know it's just the beginning of so many wonderful things, but just thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Take care.
It has been a tremendous honor to be your host for the Cartier Women's Initiative. Not only have I been deeply moved by the speakers and the 2020 and 2021 fellows, I've grown in my own leadership as a founder. We launched this morning with Jacqueline Novogratz, who taught us that empathy without action will result in the status quo, and implored all of us to exercise our moral imagination. We then moved to our lightning talks, where we were reminded of the traits that make a successful social impact entrepreneur. Traits like curiosity, drive, patience, trust, nonconformism, and transparency. We learned about the importance of sponsorship and that it's a two-way street. According to Mercedes Abramo, senior leaders should be intentional about identifying talent that we can invest in and that we can also learn from. And while we can all plan for the future, we were delighted by the power of serendipity in our second round of lightning talks. We learned that gender lens investing is all about investing in a woman whose vision for the future you might be unable to see. And from Ellen Ochoa, we learned that a woman undeterred can break not only glass ceilings, but the Earth's atmosphere. Thank you for joining us. I hope that you were just as inspired as I was to create your own ripple effect by supporting the women entrepreneurs who are creating change in the world. I invite each of you to tune into the 2021 Cartier Women's Initiative Awards ceremony on May 26th. You can watch on the event platform at CartierWomen'sInitiative2021.com. As our women impact entrepreneurs have modeled for us, when in doubt, go for the impossible. I can't wait to see what levels you reach.